Hello. Everybody, happy Thursday. You're very welcome on. Today, we're flying the Comanche. We're here on the ground at Cork. Live time, live weather. We're going to head over to Clonakilty first, then it's over to Kerry. Then, when we're finished all of that, well, we need to brief for tonight's VATSIM flight. We're going to be flying out of Castrup as we make our way up to the Faroe Islands. And I haven't done a VATSIM flight with the lads now in ages, right? Do you like me shirt? Right? Shag off now! Right. Lovely shirt, Murph. Yeah. Sometimes it's all he wears. Always having a go at me apparel, right? Great bunch of lads. Sound lads. Jesus. Have I nothing in my closet that's acceptable, right? Anyway. Yeah, shower. Yes, flying this fantastic machine. And the Accu-Sim Comanche from A2A Simulations, and it's like top drawer stuff, this airplane, especially when it comes to general aviation. But there's a ton of functionality with it, all the systems, and a complete walk-around mode, and absolute consequence if you mishandle the aircraft. Great, says I. So yes, we're on the ground at Cork. Weather's looking nice at the moment. A bit of cloud in and around Cork City. As we kind of head further southwest out towards Clonakilty, it should brighten up, and then we're heading on to Kerry. We will check out the old weather before we get going. And you truck driving with that shirt. Shag off! It's a lovely shirt. Look at it. What are they, Patent tartan or something? I'm not taking it off. I'm wearing it now and that's it, right? I've made the decision. I've told you before, I have a mad collection of shirts. Different colours, textures, right? Oh, Jesus. But anyway, if Gibbo's here, he's going to fall off his chair. I was going to wear a Hawaiian shirt. You know, I have a few of those now. But anyway, hope you're keeping very well. We're back anyway after the news last night. Good old stream, bit of crack, wasn't it? Lots of discussion, comment and opinion. It was great. But today it's all about some flying. And I'm looking forward to the briefing, figuring out, what we can, what we can't do when it comes to VATSIM. Plus, I need to kind of, reacquaint myself with the 737 MAX from iFly. So that's all coming up a little bit later on in the stream. This is a multiplayer flight. If you're at home or, you want to go flying, jump on in, Southeast Asian server. And failing that, you'll just have to watch me in my lovely shirt. Brilliant. Right. Anyway, how's everyone keeping? How is your Thursday going? I usually never stream on a Thursday. This is something new, friends. My first week in full-time content creation. Don't know what to be doing, right? The missus let me have a lie on this morning. It was wonderful. It was like lying in the bed, sprawled. You getting up? Huh? You getting up? Oh, right? So she left me there. Brilliant. And then I got up, showered, and, went about my day. And now we're here. So it's all happening, right? It's all happening. Yeah, Murph, we love your shirt. I should be sponsored by people who make shirts. Yeah, right. I mean, the perfect model, right? Because however bad it looks on me, you're guaranteed it'll look better on you. Guaranteed. See what I mean? Instant sales. But anyway, I have my aircon turned off. I'll probably turn it on in a while, because it's so hot in here. Right? That was terrible. Right, anyway, let's ramble into the chat. Who's here on this Thursday? Are you working, lurking, or, pretending to? Maybe if you're at school, you're not loud unless it's lunchtime, which it isn't. Do you know? Radio Murph is much better. Well, if I turned off my camera then, and I can sound like this all day on the radio. Good morning, the weather. Yeah, it's actually very sunny out there, right? You can't see where I've looked around the wall, out through my living room, out onto the road, and it looks nice now. The sun is out there. My dad is out there cutting a hedge. I'm dressed for it, but he's cutting the hedge, right? But anyway, who's here? Look, Filthy, you're very welcome aboard. APU Inspector, good day to you, sir. Hope you're well. Sir Campsalot, my dude, top of the morning to you. Andy Brown is in the house, welcome in. Little Trader, good to see you. The Limbics, a very good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Flights and Mods, good to see you, man. Hope you're keeping well. Jefferson, 2001. The man, the myth, the legend, reports in from the realm. What news? He says, morning, folks. Wow, Round the Twist song takes you back. Do you remember Round the Twist and the Lighthouse? Have you what was it? Have you ever felt like this? Strange things happen. Right, good to see you, Jeb. Mac Vision is in the house. PH Roy, a very good morning to you. Tombs is here. Perpetual Omega, welcome aboard, man. Muttley is in the house. Shout out to Manny over on YouTube for welcome to Co-Pilot, man. Thank you very, very much indeed for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Captain Sickbag is here. He says, good morning, Murph and Fireflies. Good timing. I was thinking of doing something healthy, like taking a walk, but you saved me the effort, as now I have a much better option. Yes, that's right. Two-Tone Murphy is keeping you away from things that are good. Brilliant. We need that in a shirt. But anyway, Sean Dale, top of the morning. Hope you're well. Tombs is on a 25 stream streak. Jesus. Thank you very, very much indeed. Energizer is here. Jesus. He says, Jesus, are we going golfing? I'm not very good at golf. I don't have the patience for golf. You know, I'd love to, but like, you know. But yeah, hope you're well, Energizer. Are we chopping some wood? Nice shirt. Thank you, little trader. Yeah, Mr. Chippy is here. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. I sleep all night and I work all day. What a song, Mr. Chippy. Good to see you, man. What a song. Have you got the high heels to match the shirt? Jefferson says, Murph, did you nick my shirt? Flights and Mod says, are you driving trucks with that shirt? That's a truck driving shirt, says Sir Camsalot. Great bunch of lads. Yeah. Jesus, leave your emotions at the door. Where we're going, you don't need them. Jesus. Frozen Gamer, top of the morning to you, man. Hope you're well. Radio Merv, right? Working and a lurking, says Jefferson. T3 Bear, good to see you. Filthy says, sunny in Ireland. I don't believe you. Right, it's fantastic out there. Alson is in the house, good to see you. Stu Snape is here. Murph getting a sneaky watch in while a little room in the office. Don't tell anyone. Shh. You went in there now to check the sound levels and no one can walk in fear that they'd break the sensory test. Right, put a sign on the door. Audio sensory test, do not enter. You'll be laughing. But yes, it's all the rage now, isn't it? Right, come on over here to YouTube quickly. We'll say hello to some folks who've rambled in this early morning. Uniform Goose is here. Good day, Goose. Welcome aboard, man. Anna Crussus, welcome in. Stray Pigeon, good to see you, man. Virtue Sim is here. Welcome aboard. Hope all is well, my dude. Jesus, where's this now? Morning says, wait now. I can pronounce this. Is it Isa Con Final? No? Isa Con Final. Let's go with that. Just come out of me GCSE physics. Can't wait to get the exams over. Good man yourself. Physics, you say? Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a physicist. Best of luck. And, you know, how many exams have you left? They start those early in England, don't they? GCSEs. Because in Ireland, what's the GCSE, lads? Is that the Leaving Cert? It is. They do the Junior Cert in May and June. And then, you know, you the Leaving Cert like a week later. Do you know? So it's all the rage with the study. Do you know? But yes, it's all happening now. Best of luck with the exams. You know. Where's this now? The Impossible Face is here. Good morning. Flying visit before I nip out to work for the last time this week. Get in there. Yes. Do you get a long weekend? The Impossible Face. It's a normal weekend in Ireland. I think the UK have. Did the UK have a bank holiday weekend? Right. You've only 10 left now. Out of Jesus. 10 left. You've 23 exams. Jesus. Nah, I just don't work Fridays. That's a handy owl existence, isn't it? The Impossible Face. Mr. Chippy says, yeah, there's a bank holiday on Monday. Oh, nice. DCS Dux is here. Good to see you. Now that you've gone a full-time streamer, will you DCS at some point? I might do. The Limbic says, keen to know if the Comanche constantly tin cans for you, Murph. It does it for me after removing it completely and reinstalling it. Tin can? What do you mean? As in it's bouncing? Cyrus T is in the chat. Good to see you, man. 65 streams. Thank you very, very much indeed, Cyrus. 23 exams. That's too many. Even for my engineering exams, I only had one, says Frozen Gamer. 23 exams, though. Do you know? Jesus, lads, Jesus. Yes, Manny is here. Good morning to you, Manny. Thank you very much indeed for subscribing to the channel and for the membership. You're very kind, very kind. Yeah, Jesus, I don't know. Exams. The last exams I did were aviation related, so I can't really, you know. And there's a lot of them in the old ground school stuff. There's 8 sections, I think. But yes, yeah, and they all add up. I have 6 science papers in total. Shit, 6 of them. Top man. That's the way to do it. Right, we'll jump over here to this old Comanche, shall we? Turn off that light there now, Murph, right? Here we go now. Look, see, less of the shirt is on display, so you can all calm your cacks. The limbic says, yeah, bouncing. The auxiliary fuel flicks between full and not, causing the plane to bounce. The tin canning noise of the wings to trigger. I'm not quite sure. I'll check it out, right? But Jesus, plane, people, get off me plane, will you? Jesus. But that was the reversing sound of a Comanche. Right, here we go. So, yeah, we'll go through our full walk around checks and see what the story is, right? Jesus, that's a big machine. Come back to us, you were great crack. Well, C90, look, beautiful. Jesus, move over in the bed, will you? We'll come down here out of everyone's way. Right. Here we have it. So, yeah, looking around Cork here, quite a bit of cloud starting to build up. Bit of rain over there in the corner, but where we're heading, it should start brightening up. Or at least that's the hope, right? That's the hope. So, Echo India Charlie Kilo is our starting point. There is a route, exclamation point route, if you'd like to fly along. We'll check out the flight, we'll check out the weather here now as we get ourselves kind of up and running. And, well, let's have a now look, shall we? So we're going to bring up Navigraph. Some awesome things are coming to Navigraph soon, lads. So we're on the ground here, Cork International Airport, a Class C, and we're going to be heading out here to Clonakilty, Echo India Charlie Bravo, a small grass airstrip just in the southwest of Cork, and then we're going to be kind of making a northwesterly turn, and we're going to be heading up towards County Kerry, and we'll fly in probably over Killarney. We'll use Killarney, actually we can use the lake, Loch Lane, or Loch Lean. We'll use that as a visual reference point along the way, because we're flying visual flight rules. It's a VF4 flight. So all is looking well here. We can bring up the weather. Navigraph does a good old job with the weather, right? So we can have a look to see what's happening. So what is this now? Layers. What are we looking at exactly? This is the radar. We can look at METAR as well, but also cloud cover. So if we bring up the cloud cover, that'll give us a good indication. Yeah, there's cloud on the way, lads. There's cloud on the way. VF4 Aviation, thank you very, very much indeed, man. It's good to see you. I have to take the old Figaro for its MOT. Very best of luck, Mr. Chippy. Spitfire RAF 100 is in the chat. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Right, I'll turn off the weather here. Flight looks fairly decent. If we have a look at Cork, let's see what's available. There is a bit of wind here. We'll get the METAR as well. So, let me see. It's going to be runway 34. We're down at the General Aviation ramp. There's actually a great flight school in Cork. So we're going to ramble out here. We'll taxi on Foxtrot and we'll do an intersection departure. We don't need the full length here. So when we taxi, we'll join the runway and then blast off via runway 34, right? Now, Whiskey in the Jar is playing in my head, says Ducks. Nice. So after takeoff, we'll fly out over Cork. We'll leave the pattern to the north. We're just going to head out over Cork. We might fly around Little Island down by Cove and then swing around this neck of the woods by Carrigaline and back in kind of this way. It's not a direct to. We'll just kind of, you know what I mean? We'll meander. We'll meander. We do have a number of visual reference points along the way, so we can try and start this kind of crack. We'll fly up to the river, right? Out over the Dunkettle roundabout, which isn't really a roundabout anymore, but sure, listen, we'll take it. And we'll fly out this neck of the woods until we get to Cove and Hallbowlen. And then as we come back in, we can see where Carrigaline is. There's a power station here we can use as a visual reference point. Then as we're flying along, another visual reference point is going to be the wind farms located out here as we keep Kinsale out her left window. And yeah, that's pretty much grand. That's pretty much grand. That's how she's going to look, lads. So we'll bring over the charts. There's a website I always go to and I think it's brilliant. It's called Vent You Sky, right? Vent You Sky. I use this religiously, and I usually use it for flying, right? Jan Morecambe, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Dermot Gannon. This saves me having to watch Big Jet TV. Ah, sure, they're brilliant though, Dermot. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well. So, well, let's have a look here. So that's the temperature. Not really worried about that. The wind is what we're after, right? So come back over here to Ireland. There you are. So wind conditions, it should blow around 7 to 10 knots. And as the day goes on, much of the same. It's a westerly, kind of a northwesterly wind. We're going to expect a bit of a headwind. Now, if we turn on the wind gusts, this will give us a good idea of what's happening then. So it's gusting kind of 16, 17 over some high ground. And as the day goes on, that's all looking fine. If we bring in our precip, this is going to show us what the rain is going to do. So these are the current conditions. You know, there's sprawly showers here and there, isolated. As we move up to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then up to 4 o'clock, there's no preset planned. Now, we do have a bit of cloud cover coming in. So at the moment, what time are we now? Let's call it 12 o'clock. There is cloud in the area, but there's pockets. And as the day goes on, well, there is a heavy band. There's a lot of cloud coming into Ireland. Our beautiful weather is going to change. Would you believe it? Because if we look now at the air pressure, well, this is where it's all going to start changing. At the moment, we've beautiful high pressure. There's a very high pressure coming in here. But look at this low pressure. This divot is starting to cause all sorts of issues. So as the day goes on, look, this high pressure, and then you have this low pressure forming just over the north of Ireland. So high pressure generally means calm conditions, no clouds, no rain, usually pretty nice out. Low pressure is the opposite. If you see low pressure coming in, you often see these with barbs, and they're called fronts coming in, right? Low pressure coming in tends to make the weather a little bit unpredictable. It brings with it rain, it can bring, well, it can bring all sorts. So we have a high pressure, this low pressure, and now a new system is starting to form coming in from the north. As you can see, this low pressure now of 1020, and that'll be falling slowly, looking at this, all right? So that's kind of the stab of it. Temperature is fairly nice. We're probably up around 14 or 16 degrees. Yeah, we're in around that. As the day goes on, a little bit warmer, up to 16 degrees. And as the afternoon comes in, then we're up to around 20 degrees. So it's quite a nice day, right? Alaku or Alukeb, we're on the Southeast Asian server. Commander Balosh is here. Good to see you, man. There are enough sources out there. Yeah, this one I particularly like it. It's very similar to do you know the Windy app? But I prefer this one. Venture Sky, it's always been very accurate for Ireland. So that's the weather. So next up then, what we need to do, we need to grab the METAR, right? We need to grab the METAR. Now we have a couple of ways of looking up METARs. We can get it from, SimBrief. You can, or not SimBrief, Sky Vector. But we can also grab it in from Navigraph as well, right? So if we bring up Navigraph once again, we can go down to the airports, have a look at Cork, right? And we'll get the weather. So the current meteorological information is winds are 340 at 10, variable 300 to 020. So it's a northerly wind, right? Visibility is good. Few clouds at 2400, scattered at flight level 200. So we've scattered clouds way up there, and it's 18 degrees with no significant change. Right, altimeter is 1021 hectopascals or 30.15 inches of mercury, and the dew point is 8 degrees, so grand, no fog or any of that to worry about. If we come back here now, I've no METAR to give us Clonakilty, but it'll be somewhere in between. If we have a look at Kerry, well, the METAR at the moment, we'll check out the TAF in a moment. The METAR is the meteorological terminal area, meteorological. What's a METAR again? Jesus. That's terrible, isn't it? And I passed me exams. Terminal area. It's basically the current weather. No, there's no refunds. No refunds on the course either. I know what an ATIS is. I know what a TAF is. METAR. Meteorological area forecast. It's not even a forecast. It's current. METAR equals complicated weather. That'll do, right? Michael Walsh, good to see it. Anyway, the current weather in Kerry, right? We have winds 310 at 5 knots. Good visibility, scattered clouds at 2400, and we have 16 degrees, QNH 1022. If we go to the terminal area forecast, or a TAF, this is the forecast, right? So we can see it's VF4 conditions up until tonight. Tomorrow it turns into IF4. So let's have a look, right? The winds are going to be 280 at 10 knots, few clouds at 3000, and the change is gradual, right? So we have, it's actually really nice. Few clouds, the winds seem to be dying off a bit. At the moment, you know, variable 3 knots, they're going to pick up to around 10 knots, and then they start dropping off then later on this evening. Meteorological aerodrome report. Judas Priest, thank you very much. There we go. And then, is there an ATIS? I don't think there's an ATIS in Kerry, because there's no online, well, there's nothing there at the moment. We could look at Cork for the ATIS. So if we go back to Cork, weather, ATIS, real, no, nothing there either. Why doesn't it not pick up the real world ATIS? But anyway, not to worry. Very simple what we're doing. We're going to start up the aircraft after we do our pre-flight and taxi Foxtrot, and then it's blasting off then out of runway 34. So the weather, there's a bit of cloud at around 2,500 feet. We're going to fly at around 4,500. There's not much in terms of airspace we need to really worry about, so that's all grand, right? That's all grand. So we'll come back in here, and welcome to our beautiful PA-24 Piper Comanche. It's a 250 variant, and she's absolutely gorgeous, right? She's gorgeous. So I'm going to remove the control locks, and we'll open up the fuel tanks. And what we're going to do, we'll bring up the tablet, and we're going to start on now on our pre-flight. This is all to do with our walk-around mode, all right? So we'll start off out the door. That's the wrong button completely, Murph. We'll start out the door. Here we go. And we can drop the flaps here just to make sure they're working fine, right? So usually I'd have these dropped if I was out walking around the plane, but what you're looking for here, it's a small movement, making sure that you shouldn't be able to move them. Small little wiggle room, but you shouldn't be able to move the flaps once they're engaged, right? So if you had someone inside in the plane, you'd say, hey, drop the old flaps there. You know, so the flaps here are absolutely grand. So moving on to our next station, we have the right aileron. Now there's a couple of things you're checking with the aircraft. So with the flaps and also with the ailerons, there are places you need to kind of spend a bit of time looking around, because you can see where they have all the nuts and bolts, and usually a hinge, or there could be a cable there as well. So you're looking for signs of kind of, well, you're looking for loose nuts, you're looking for any frays or any damage or any of that stuff, right? So as we move the aileron here, well, we should be able to see that when we move it, you can see the control yoke moving, right? And this is just gentle movement, right? Also looking at the aircraft itself, this is the trailing edge, or the trailing side of the wing. You're looking for any damaged, loose rivets, screws, that kind of stuff, right? And something like a Cessna, it's much the same, a little bit harder to see with a Cessna because you're looking up rather than looking down onto it, right? But you can see these areas here. This is where you'd have this is where you get in and see the hinge. You're checking the nuts and bolts for that. Just always be careful sticking your hand in that neck of the woods, because if it's a windy day, right, and not only that, but if there's someone over the far side, you know what I mean? So usually it's a two-handed operation. You lift the aileron and you hold it with one hand, and then your other hand goes in and you start checking things, right? It's otherwise you get an ouchie, and it does hurt. So I've caught my hand in many a friggin' aileron. Moving over down to the right tip tank, we're going to open up our fuel. And there's nothing in that, so we're going to go into our fuel. So let me see, the right tip, so I usually go with about 6. There's 6 gallons put in. Now we can fill it up. Have a listen, you'll hear the thing. You know? That's deadly. So what A2A are simulating here is the weight on the wing, right? And this is called tin canning. The weight on the wing sitting down, as you fill it, well, the wing spars kind of bounce, and you'll hear the thing go boing. You know? So we're just going to go with 6 gallons on the right side. Now she's jumping around there a little bit. I don't like that, but we'll see what happens. So we're going to close that. It's tin canning on the ground, which shouldn't be doing. But anyway, we'll also now go into our battery, and I'm going to test the mag lights, or sorry, the nav lights. Why can't we turn those on? There we go. Nav lights. So we have a little green light working there. Lovely job. Next up down, you're looking at the main tip tank itself. Everything looks better with tip tanks. Gibbo, good to see you. How's it going? Last day of being young fella. Jesus, it is. Gibbo, they were giving me terrible abuse over my shirt. I thought you'd appreciate it and say, Murphy, that's a lovely shirt. Good to see you, my guy. With the Cessna, the hinge is easier to inspect from the front under the wing. Otherwise, it blocks your view. Yeah, you're looking up into it, but the likes, it depends, right? Depends on what angle. Because, like, put it this way, right? On a high wing, usually a Cessna, on a high wing, yeah, you can see under it. But when you have the friggin' flap pulled down, you have to kind of lift it up to see it. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, I digress. Underneath now, we're going to be checking the fuel. So we've just put fuel into the tip tank. We're going to inspect that. And what you're looking for here, oh Jesus, what you're looking for here, you're looking for a build-up of water. Water will be on the bottom. You also see bubbles, little bubbles in the gadget. And that's showing us that we've good, clean fuel. Now, emptying out the fuel, there's other cups you can get that'll capture the fuel, but in this it's not modelled, so onto the ground. Greta won't be happy, but sure, listen, do you know, Eagle Airways, good to see you. I can't knock the shirt. I have an identical one hanging on the door. There you go, lads. Based on the shirts Gibbo has gifted you, I'd say the one you're wearing isn't his style, right? Vex Freeze, good to see you. Where do you dispose the fuel from the tester? In real life, I mean, some airports, they won't permit that at all. They'll have signs there, right? Depending on, right, you have to be careful. If your fuel is contaminated, why would you be putting it back into the friggin' fuel tank? However, if your fuel is clean a lot of the fuel testers, well, they have like a little filter, right? And it fills up a larger, like a 1 litre cup, for want of a better word, and then you can pour that back in if you wish. Other places, they'll actually have disposing areas for your fuel. So it all depends. It all depends. Some airfields on the ground, if it's clean, let you put it back into the tank. Yeah, it depends really much on the airport. A lot of folks, I see them, they just horse it out on the ground. You're only talking drops of it, but still, that's what they do. Right, moving on. Here we have our right landing light. So back into our controls, and we're going to put on our main landing light, which be there. LEDs, all the LEDs are working, beautiful. And we're just looking here just on the connections of the spar of the wing and on the leading edge as well. We do have a couple of, you know, what we're looking for here, lads, is effectively you're looking for any kind of bumps, damage. You don't mind a couple of, you know, there's a small one modelled here, and, you know, there's bits of dirt and whatever accumulate, but anything kind of serious in terms of like a big dent, that's what you're looking for. Now, to the underside position, we're going to remove the tie down. Good luck to you. And same crack again, as we're looking at it, underneath the wing, you're looking for any loose rivets. There's the hinge there at the back of the flap, right? And well, the tie down is now removed. Come back here, Murph. Is that right?
Hello there.
Yeah, it is. So all is well here. Moving on now, we're going to open up the right side fuel tank. Alexandro, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Stray Pigeon, did Murph just put a frog in the fuel tank? Brilliant. Right, so we're going to check the fuel now on the right wing, and it's quite low. It's only 10 gallons. We're going to fill it. Price of fuel in Cork is grand and cheap. So as we fill it, you can actually see the fuel coming up to the very, very top, right? And how you know it's full, in particular, how you know it's full in a Comanche. See the fuel tanks here? You have like a little drain. Hang on now. See that drain fella there? Right? So once you fill it to the brim, it's full. Any more than that, and out she goes, right? So that's how you know by looking at the Comanche. You know, if your fuel tank is full. So put the cap back on, and you can see here 30 US gallons. That's the capacity, and it can take 91 or 98 octane. Lovely. Back here to our tablet, and we shall move on to the next station. So underneath now, we're looking at the landing gear. And well, what we're looking for here is any damage on the tire, any chunks gone out of it, pressure, you're looking to see if it's flat. All right. Judas Priest, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So remove the chocks. You're also looking down on the ground here for any leaking fluids, right? Brake fluid, hydraulic fluid, that kind of stuff. You'll see it, or you'll see it dripping down the tire wall. If you see that, don't go flying. You've an issue, right? You've an issue. Get the thing checked, because the brakes get hot and they wear it out, you know? It's a lovely shirt. It goes well with the pipe slippers and a bus pass. Thank you, Kippo. Your contribution has been most welcome. Jesus. That's terrible, lads, isn't it? Where's this now? With the drain hole there, if you want, or if you turn left, right, you lose the fuel. Gentle turns needed for a fuel tank then, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, Sean. Pretty much. Right, so that tyre and the brakes on that assembly, looking in at the landing gear itself, you're looking for stuff that shouldn't be there. Depends on how long the aircraft was sitting. There's no obstructions in there. It's not going to make a big problem, but like if a bird gets in there, do you know what I mean? They can nest anywhere at the devils. So that's all looking good to me, is the main gear. So we'll move across now. This is the lowest part of the aircraft. We're going to check the fuel sitting down in our main tanks. We opened the valves before we got going. So same crack again. Have a good gawk in here. Everything's the beautiful blue colour. That fuel, before they kind of put the dye in it, it's just clear. It looks like water. Don't drink it. And they put this dye in it, this blue kind of a huey dye to make it look right. Do you know? VR Flight Sim guy, Steve, good to see you, man. Stop doing the live streams in the daytime. I'm not getting any work done. It's grand. We were saying you're testing the audio levels, the sensory audio levels. Put a sign on the door. Do not enter. I'm testing audio levels. Right, they won't know what to do. I know a lad who would take the shirt off your back, but I'd say you're safe. Terrible. Right, that fuel to me looks clean. I'm gonna close the little valve here as well, or close it. Go down, you close the cap. And how this works is, by the way, it's spring loaded. As you put the gadget in, it makes contact with the inspection port, and then fuel just drops into it, right? But it can go friggin'. It can get messy, so you need to be careful with that. So close that. Moving on, here we have our beautiful beautiful MT propeller, right? So you're looking at the prop spinner. The main jazz of the prop spinner, aerodynamics, but it also assists in pushing airflow into your engine, into the air intakes just located here. That's why you have that shape, right? Aerodynamics, but the main purpose of your prop spinner is to divert air into your into the filters, or into your whatchamacallit, into the engine. Did you know that? It wasn't just there to make it look nice, although it does make it look nice. So what we're looking for in here, where the radiator is, you're making sure there's no rags, there's no, you know, birds nesting, there's no twigs, leaves, that kind of stuff. And as you inspect the propeller, you're going to be inspecting the leading edge of the prop. And what you're looking for here is damage, right? Now, a good pilot, if they're familiar with it, when they tip it, right, you hear the high pitch bing bing bing. If there's a crack in it, you won't hear that, and there could be a crack in it, right? So that's how you would be testing the sound, because if there is a crack in it, you'll hear it. But you're always inspecting the leading edge of the prop, because that's the part that cuts into the air, you see. You know what I mean? And you're looking for any damage or any heavy bumps. You're always going to get a bit of wear and tear. I mean, look, you're going to pick up bugs, you're going to be hitting leaves and all this jazz, dust off the ground, it happens. So it's not going to be brand new, right? There's also an inspection on the MT propeller here as well, when it was done, and its service kind of history, right? Depending on the make, this is an MT one from Strobing. Depending on the make, these things have to be inspected after a while to do what's called a continuity. Is it a continuity test? What? It's something to do with a continuity test. Basically, if you look at the shape of a prop, right, it's not dead straight, it's curved, right? And by doing so, well, it's made stronger, but it also helps our aerodynamics. And if you really want to get fancy with it, if you look at the propeller itself, the shape of it, right, well, it follows the very same airfoil as your wing. Larger on one side, and then they get smaller down to the back. It just so happens here, it's curved, right? But it's beautifully modelled here on the aircraft. So that looks good to me. While we're here, we can also look on the air intake underneath, right? And we can also see we've two smaller air intakes coming in here. We're looking down onto the front landing gear, and you might wonder what this is. See this dude in here? Basically, that acts as a shock absorber. This little cylinder here, and what I mean by that is it takes the pressure off the front wheel going from left to right. It takes the power out of it. So it's always important to be checking this on your front landing gear, because if the gear isn't perfectly straight, and it should be straight, it's always an indicator then to say, well, the shock here is weared out. You have your main suspension on this one here. You can see the hydraulic ram there, and then it's just nuts and bolts. And the same crack again. You're looking for tire pressure and the quality of the tire. We've no brakes up on the front here, not much to worry about in terms of leaking fluids, but you definitely want to be checking all of that out. Right, that looks good to me. So on to our next station. Now it's going to be the engine oil, so I'll open up the cap, and we can see here the different types of engine oil we can use, and it's going to be telling us the viscosity of the oil, right? What's pretty cool, now don't ever do it on a, they do it at some schools. If the cowling here over the nose is white, some schools I've seen, they have a small little area, and what they'll do is when they dip the oil, they'll just drop a tiny little bit. Now they will clean it up, but they'll drop a tiny bit. And what you see, what they mean by the viscosity of it, it's the thickness of the oil. Oil is never ever this beautiful color brand new. The second the engine turns, it goes that color black. Carbon, right? Usually what happens when they just do this little test, they'll drop that, and you'll see where the black drop goes, right? And then you'll see the oil move away from it, right? Viscosity, yeah, right? So now we're very low on fuel, or very low on oil on this thing, right? The Comanche likes to have about 9 quarts. Any more than that, or even 10 quarts, but anything more, it goes out the side. You know, the engine can't handle it. So if I go to, where is this now? Engine, oil grade. So we've 5 quarts in there at the moment. We'll top it up. 9 is usually perfect for this, because when the pressure of the engine is up and running, too much oil is almost as bad. Well, it's as bad as not enough oil, right? Because you're putting so much pressure now inside for the cylinders to be moved. It's just bad news, right? You're putting too much stuff in there. 9 is what the Comanche likes. The oil grade, right, we're going for, it's synthetic, 2050, and you can put an additive in there as well. Now the additive will help you operate at lower or higher temperatures, but it also tends to be a little bit smoother for the engine as well, which should lead you to better fuel performance. So we'll put an additive in there. We can also mess around with the spark plugs. Again, we'll know if the spark plugs are giving us problems. We'll hear it, but we'll also see it on our engine visualizer. We can see if the spark plugs are fouled or if they're on the way out. I don't know typically the time between changing your spark plugs, but it's usually 100 hours or so. But anyway, so our oil is now looking good. 20 W50s in there, and we'll drop this guy back in. Lovely, and we'll close, and we'll continue on with our walk around. Next up then we have the left wing main tank. Same crack again. We'll open this up. And we're going to have to put, I can't see any fuel in there. Now, usually what you do, you give it a bit of a shake, or you have fancy dipsticks. I've seen everything from like a bit of wood or a twig, right? It depends on the airplane, but it depends on the owner. But we're going to balance this, so it should be 30 in each. Don't know why. How do we lose 5 gallons? So we're going to top this one up to 30. Same crack again, and you can see where that little drain hole is. Bring it right up to the bottom of that, right? But yeah, where's this now? The wonderful moment when you pour the new golden liquid into your vehicle. Immediately lost forever. Absolutely, Mud Dog. Absolutely. All right, so that's looking good here. We're going to close this up. And make sure she's latched and tight. And we continue on. Next now we have the left main landing gear at the back. So we're going to remove the chocks. Once again, inspecting where the tire condition, right? Any chunks gone out of it. You're checking the brakes, the brake lines. Make sure there's nothing leaking, there's nothing loose. You're checking in under the gear door, right? Into the bay to make sure that there's nothing there that we need to worry about. All is looking fairly okay. All right. And you can test. We're not going to do it now, but this Comanche, the Accu-Sim Comanche, comes with a feature that you can actually jack up the aircraft, put it on the jacks, and then test the landing gear operation. It's class looking. But anyway, all is looking there. All is looking good there. Go back here just for a moment. Again, you'll be checking on the you're checking on the leading edge of that wing there. Beautiful, beautiful wing design of this airplane. Right, remove the tie down. Remove the before flight. And what we have here, this is the pitot tube. The pitot tube is going to tell your instruments your airspeed, right? And how it works is, well, air rushes in the front of it there and it gets a reading from it. However, what can happen to your pitot, or pitot, it's French. What can happen here, it can get blocked or clogged. Bugs can go in there, but if you're flying at higher altitude, well, as we get higher, the temperature lowers, yeah? Therefore, it risks freezing. So what they've put into a pitot tube, very similar to what's in your kettle, there's an element inside, a small little metal strip, and that's on your circuit. So when you flick a button, it's called a pitot heat. That'll actually heat up the element. So what we're going to do, it's cold now, and if you press and hold, see the way it shows blue? It's cold, right? So what we'll do, and it depends, right? I know on a Cessna, before I walk around, I'll turn on the pitot heat first. By the time I get around to it, it's warm. Right, so we're going to turn this on. So we go into our controls, and we have a little switch here somewhere for a pitot heat. That's the pitot cover. So I'm looking for the pitot heat. We're going to turn that little switch on, and we're going to let that heat up. And again, while we're looking at here, this is spring loaded. So what we have, this is your stall warning flap. It's on a little spring. So the idea would be is if you flick that forward or backwards, you should hear the stall warning inside the aircraft, right? We can't hear it, but that's what that's for, right? So it's a small little flap. So it's a sensor on the wing to let you know the wing has, you know, stalled, right? So we'll come back to our pitot tube, and we're going to press and hold it now. It's still cold. Now if this stays cold, you have a problem, right? It would be every bit as well. It wouldn't be as bad as leaving the pitot cover on it, but if you were to leave the pitot tube cover on, you wouldn't get accurate airspeed information at all, right? Wasps love the pitot tube, yeah. Wasps and mozzies and all this sort of stuff. And you won't know about it. Well, when you turn on the pitot tube, you'll burn them out of there. Now, there is a small, teeny, tiny little hole on the back of it. I don't think it's modelled in this, because it's only the size of, slightly larger than a pin, right? Or a thumbtack. And the idea behind that is it allows water drain out of the tube, right? Now, that still hasn't warmed up. So, do we have a problem with the pitot? Let's see. Had someone leave the pitot tube cover on at your local airport, it was a shock. It can happen. Battery's on. But maybe the battery's flat. Our battery's on, lads. Battery's gone dead, maybe? Okay, we're going to come back to that. We have a problem with our pitot tube. On to the next station. Let's check the lights. If the battery's shagged, we'll know now by turning on the left landing light. Left landing light is working, so we do have electrical power. Right? So, yeah, issue with the pitot. Circuit breaker, maybe? Let's go in and investigate. Master switch, fuel pump. Pitot heat. Let's look down here. Ah, look at this, lads. The pitot heat circuit breaker has popped. Why would it do that now? So we'll do what everyone does. Turn off the pitot heat, push back in the breaker, turn back on the pitot heat. Now we should be good to check it out, right? We should be good to check it out. So we need to come back over to this location. And with the pitot heat now turned on, if we press and hold, it's now turned red. See that? Now, I didn't touch that circuit breaker. It went off itself. The aircraft, it's a living, breathing machine. So that's now hot as ass, right? Look at it. There's heat and steam coming off it. Brilliant. Right. So that works now. And we'll now turn off the pitot and continue on with our walk around. All right. So that light is working. We've tested. And now it's over to the left tip tank. Nothing in there. Same crack again. And we're going to put in 6 gallons. Get this closed up. Any update on the Comanche bird? Didn't get any version since 1.62. Hang on. Check for updates. Your software's up to date. No updates that I can see. Bellbro, good to see you, man. Yeah, I don't know why she's jumping around there. That's a little bit worrying. But anyway, we're going to now turn back on our nav lights. Red light here on the left side. All right. Underneath, we're going to check the fuel. Same crack again. There's no bubbles from what I can see. There's no water layer in it. And it can happen. You'll check it. So we're going to empty that one out. Now we're coming over to the left aileron. And you're just checking the movement. You don't need to be very rough with it. Nice and gentle. And you're listening for any kind of, metal on metal or kind of, creaking like a door. You're looking for, that's what you're looking for. So the same crack again. You'd be looking into the inspection ports. Zoom in here. And you're just looking for where the hinges are. And again, any rivets that are loose, that's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for that kind of stuff. And if you look at it here, right, how the operation of the ailerons work. Well, when the left aileron goes up, the right goes down. When the left goes down, the right goes up. Yeah? So they're all synchronized. Everything's working together. Beautiful. So that's looking good. Next up then we check the left flap. There's a small bit of movement in it, but that's okay. You're always going to get that. And as the aircraft wears, right, there'll be more of it. Check the flap operation to make sure it's all smooth. And usually when when your flaps are locked up, they shouldn't budge at all. There should be no movement at all. The highwayman, good to see you. Tony Joe, welcome in. Yeah, this is Flight Sim 2024. Hope you're well, mate. That jumping around you're having with the wing, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Limix, don't know what it is. I'll go in and check some of the turbulence settings as well, right? So that's looking good. Next up then, these are the static ports, and you've one on either side. So these are all part, it's all part of kind of the vacuum with the aircraft. These are sensors, effectively, right? So these, in conjunction with your pitot, are providing information to do with your altitude, your airspeed, pressures, all that sort of stuff. So all we do is a visual check to make sure that these are clear and they're not obstructed. You'll see when folks are getting their aircraft painted or they're getting them washed, they'll usually put stickers on these like masking tape or just a bit of gaffer tape just to go over it to make sure no water gets in there because it'll corrode it. Yeah, so you're making sure that they're left open, right, or clear. So that looks good to me. The front part of the aircraft, that's the fuselage, or the fuselage, yeah? This part here is known as the fuselage, and this part here then is the empennage. Ever heard that before, the empennage? Because this is what joins the tail section to the main body of the aircraft, the empennage, right? No, still on Sim Update 2. Red Dragon, good to see you, man. 52 months, Jesus. Thank you very, very much indeed. What a ledge. Cheers, man. So we're looking for here, make sure that the aircraft registration number is clear, doesn't need any paintwork. You're going to get bits of dirt and grime. It's not brand new, shockingly clean. So you can actually do with a wash, this livery, but all is well. As we move closer towards the rear of the aircraft now, a couple of things we're going to check on here. So we'll move the tie down, and the stabilator. On a Comanche, this is called a stabilator, which is interesting. So what we have, you have your normal elevator. And just like your ailerons, you're just checking the movement to make sure all is okay, right? We also then have a trim, right? You have your elevator trim. And we can't move that on this, but here's your trim for the elevator. And here's your little trim switch here. So as we adjust the trim inside in the cockpit, it angles this flap up or down. And that's where you get your pitch trim from, all right? So, yeah, it's very stable on the Comanche. Most small general aviation aircraft, they'll only have like a single trim kind of tab, usually on one side of the stabilator or on the elevator, right? The Comanche has a massive one, so it's quite an easy airplane to trim, all right? And it's very stable. Now, there's other aircraft that might have a fixed trim. Some Cessnas have that. Not necessarily for the elevator, right? I've never seen it for the elevator, but they'll have it on the rudder. So if we check out the rudder movement here, and you need to be careful, you're not going to get full rotation out of this because this is connected to the front wheel, right? But when it comes to your rudder trim, if you didn't have a trim tab, some aircraft, you'll see it, right? It'll have like another bit, just another bit kind of sticking out. Just a bit of metal, right? But that metal is designed to be moved or adjusted by hand. Bet you didn't know that. So the pilot, before you go flying, they'll actually adjust that trim. It's a bit of metal, they just kind of twist it and move it either side. But in these modern aircraft, well, we have all sorts of fancy gadgets when it comes to affecting our trim. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, we can move the entirety of all of this, which is handy. All right. The tab moves with the whole lot. Yeah. Right. What else? We're checking here. We have our antennas up on the top there. We have a main cable going back in. VHF with GPS and stuff, and ADS-B on the aircraft as well. Checking the main beacon light up on the top. And we have a light very right back here. Little LED marker lights on the back of the aircraft. Again, you turn on your nav lights, you should be able to see these light up. So you're just going to make sure that they're working. So we'll go to controls, get our nav lights up there now, and there we have beautiful lights here. All right, the beacon light, if you want to test it, it's a rotating beacon. You'll see it there on top of the aircraft. All right, lovely job. We continue on now with our walk around. Right hand side of the aircraft, another static port, same crack again. You're just checking that. All right, Wicked Lumberjacks, good to see you, man. Next up then, baggage. Are we taking any baggage with us? So we do have a little baggage cargo area on the Comanche, and I love the way they've modelled this. So we'll bring our day bag, our toolbox, and that'll do us. That's all we need. Go ahead and close that, and this bag and baggage will then disappear. All right, and that concludes our walk around check. Lovely. So let's have a look. Cabin door is open, so we're going to close that. Come hither. Close the door and latch, so that's all in. And what else we want to do here now? So flaps, go ahead and bring these back up, which they already are. Our fuel tanks are open on the bottom. That's what we wanted. Battery's still on, so we'll want to get moving here now fairly quick. We're finished with that at the moment. When it comes to maintenance, our next job is going to be looking at the engine when we start it up, because we want to hear how this thing starts. And what I love about the Comanche that Accu-Sim, that A2A have built, not one start will be the same as the other. Brilliant. Very, very immersive, right? So what we're going to do, well, let's check. Landing gear is in the down position. We're going to bring our prop cycle forward. Mixture was already in, but we'll put it back in. And we do have a fuel pump, and we also have a primer here as well, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to activate the fuel pump, and we'll start seeing fuel pressure start coming alive here now. And once we start priming it, right? See this? So we're going to start priming it. So there's our fuel pressure starting to build up now. Just about 4 or 5 shots of prime does this, right? That'll do it. Go ahead and close that. So next up is going to be a start. So we'll turn the keys onto the mags, right? There's 2 sparks for each cylinder. That's why we have 2 mags as well for redundancy. So master switch, that's looking good. Alternator is built in on this. So look out the window here, make sure all is okay. We'll say clear prop. And we'll go for the start. Make sure that our area is clear. We can look at the engine analyzer here to see what's happening. So we'll give it an L turn. There's a good start. So because the engine is cold, we're going to keep the RPM below 1,000, right? We have oil pressure. We're going to lean our mixture a little bit so we don't spark the plugs. Don't let her cut out. Alright, that's good enough for me. Close a little window. Alright, so what we're looking at here is the operation of the engine. So we can see both mags are working, pulleys, all that jazz is there. We can see that the cylinders are working, our spark plugs. So if we have a look at this, the visualizer is actually showing us. See the spark plugs on number 5 and number 3. These little white dots are indicating the head of the spark plug, the very, very head of it, where the spark generates from. So if it's starting to wear down on one side, well, that's letting you know, well, the spark plugs are starting to wear out. Not necessarily foul, but they are starting to wear out, all right? So we'll keep an eye on that. The RPM should gradually rise a small bit as the engine becomes warm, right? So we're looking good there now at the minute. So a couple of other checks we'll do. We'll get our nav lights fully on. I use this little switch here. You can do it from down here, but it takes ages to move it. Do you know what I mean? So, right, what else do you want? Spotlight, that's inside, leave them off. Cabin lights, leave them off. The beacon light we can turn on. Pitot heat we can now turn back on. All our circuit breakers are in, alright? And we can now start throwing on other bits and bobs. We'll do a full run-up test here in a moment. We're going to turn on our avionics master switch. And pop our headphones on here now as well, because our radios are now up and running, right? So we're going to allow everything to start warming up. We do have options for our avionics. I'm using the GTN 750. I just really like that bit of hardware, but we can go old school. We can turn that stuff off or put in a 430 or a 530. We could do all that stuff as well. So we're going to disappear the tablet for the moment. No, that's control lock, Murphy. Disappear the tablet for a moment, all right? And but we're going to come down here to our main screen. We're going to go into the system because it's a little bit dark, and we're going to bring this up a smidgen. Lovely. System status, that's going to show you where we're at. Lovely. Setup. Let me see. Comms and nav, that's okay. Come back in here. Come back in there. METAR, that should be connected. Charts, we're connected on Navigraph. The license is grand. Options, traffic on ground, I want to see that. Traffic refresh, very fast. Lovely. Direct to button in the map, don't need it, have it there. That's all looking good. Checklists, we can download these or we can import directly from their website if you want. Nice. We'll bypass all of that, and we'll come on out here now to what's happening. So we're going to put in a flight plan. So we're departing Cork. Our destination is going to be that of Kerry, Echo India Kilo Yankee, and we're going to do a stop in Clonakilty. What was it? EICB? Clonakilty airstrip. That looks good to me. We can go back in here, check it on the map to make sure it's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And we can put in additional stuff here as well. Because we're only flying via VF4, we don't need to worry too much about waypoints and all that sort of jazz. Do you know what I mean? 7,000 is our squawk VF4 here in Ireland. And what else can we do here now? Okay, so we look at waypoint info, and if we look at the airport of Kerry and we get the weather data, this is pulling in the METAR directly from it, right? Which is deadly. And we can also look at some of the, we can preview the airport, we can also look at the procedures of what's needed, and we can also go on the frequencies to see, well, what do we need. Because we're flying VF4, we can also check out some of the nearest visual reference points. Nothing coming up for Kerry, but if I were to put in Cork, we should get a visual reference point for the Dunkettle roundabout. So I don't know where that data either is coming from or isn't coming from. I actually better ask the lads at PMS50 over that. But anyway, all is looking here, which is grand. We do have a terrain radar and we have a map here as well. Weather radar on the aircraft. There's no weather radar built onto the Comanche, so this is just a feature of this, of the avionics. A lot of them you'd see next rad, you know. Alright, so that looks good there for me avionics. Transponder is already set. We're on standby. We have comm and nav radio, so you've a whole choice of how you want to fly this aircraft when it comes to navigation. I mean, you can go GPS navigation, we can go VOR, we can go NDB, we can go ADF, right? Automatic direction finder, because we have a ton of dials here and we have a ton of equipment that'll allow us to do it. This is our Narco ADF system, and then of course we use our Garmin GTN, which has comm and nav built into it. Here we have comm 2 and nav 2 in addition to all of that, right? So they're all turned on, lovely. Autopilot master switch, worry about that in a moment. We'll reset our barometric pressure to what it should be at the airport, 30, what did we say it was? 3015. Now in our tablet we can change that into hectopascals, right? Where do we do that now? Let's see, if we go into flight info, no, home, flight info, there's the altimeter setting there, right? Checklists are here if we need them. Controls, let's see now, A33, elevator, original prop. There is an option for this, isn't there? Update engine information, maintenance, walk around. I thought there was a way we can change this, no? Electrical system, airframe. I thought there was something in here, lads, no? Maybe I'm raving. Original prop, elevator force, elevator trim, three-way switch, turbulence, and I've turned off the turbulence. Okay. I thought we had an option to do that. We're going to update the engine monitor based on what we're currently doing. Metric units, here we go. No. I thought we could change that, no? Okay. I thought we could. Maybe I'm raving. Right, finish the tablet there for the moment. Go ahead and disappear you. We have our little onboard engine analyzer. So are we going to fill the tanks? Yes. We've put 60 in. Yes. Now we can go. Let me see. Rich of peak is going to be set. That's grand. Exit that. So we can see now total fuel, RPM, manifold pressure. See the way the RPM rose a little bit? Yeah? That's as the aircraft got a little bit warmer, yeah? Easy. And it's one thing that A2A have nailed with this. It's the sounds of the aircraft. You'll know by the sound if there's a problem, right? Alright, so we're looking good here. What else do we want to do? Carb heat. We'll go through all that now in a moment. We're going to put on a taxi light. We can keep the fuel pump on for the moment. And we can test the autopilot, right? So get me owl HSI up here. So we're going to test the autopilot before we get going. So I'm going to put my heading indicator to the very top, right? And we'll turn on the autopilot master unit. This is our S... What's this? The S Tech autopilot. Very rudimentary, but it works, right? It works. So we're going to wait to say it's ready. Green light. We're going to push the mode. We're going to go to... This one here is for like the ST. Basically means stable. Think of it like as, you know, the roll rate in a Cessna. HD is going to be heading. So 1 and 2. And what we're going to do here now, we're going to move our HSI. And by doing so, you'll see movement of the yokes. See the way the yokes are starting to turn? And then we move it back. Bring it the other way. So that's proving to us that the autopilot is working, yeah? Then we can use the disengage master switch. Autopilot off. This will flash to say it's ready. And now we go push mode once again. So you'll have standard heading, and then you have your track, if it's a high track or a low track, right? Murph, isn't there an option for HPA on the fuel payload page? I thought so. I don't see it. You have metric units, but it doesn't change the instrument. Anyway, not to worry, not to worry. Okay, so our autopilot is working well. We're going to turn off that unit now. We don't need it for a while. And we'll do a flight control test, right? So, turn on me Toby. So, we're going to go left. Left aileron goes up. And down. Right. Aileron up. And down. Probably won't see the tail from here, the rudder. See the elevator. Okay, flight controls feel free and correct, right? We know the flaps are working. So what we're going to do now, the brakes in the Comanche are cool, right? See the way it's not having any issue on the brake? How the brakes work is you have to engage the pedals that pushes the fluid in, and then you release the brake handle. And the very same way, if you want to engage the brakes, well, you need to depress the brakes fully. That pushes the brake fluid in, and then the brake, or the parking brake, acts as a stopper to keep that liquid in there to hold it. Brilliant, right? So that's all working good. Beacon is on, lights are on. Squawk will stick it on now. And what we're going to do for our taxi. Alright, so we're just going to taxi on out here. So quick look around the aircraft. We have some friends flying with us. We're going to come off the brakes, small bit of power. And start turning ourselves to the right. Easy now. And we'll actually do a run up over here on the left hand side before we get to the runway. Beautiful aircraft there. Right, where's this now? Xbox or PC? This is on the PC, but it's also available on Xbox. So what we're going to do for our run up, I usually wouldn't do it right by the clubhouse, but you want to face your aircraft into the wind or as close to it as you can, because you want all that air hitting the front, right? So we'll do something like this, and we're going to hold our station, engage the parking brake. Okay, so our mixture's going to go in. We're going to increase our RPM, and we're going to bring it up to about 2,000. Some say 17, some say 18. This one, 2,000. Or as close to 2,000 as you can get. So first up, we're going to do a carb. We're going to let hot air into the engine, and you'll see then that we have a drop in the RPM and an increase in manifold pressure. So our carburetor heater is working. Lovely. Next is going to be a mag test. So we're going to go all the way over to the right mag. We should see a drop of about 100 RPM. Now, it's not showing us very clear. See the way it's kind of coughing a little bit, yeah? Back to both. It regains. Let's test the left mag. One click over. Yeah, it's smooth enough. Back to both. Now, we're going to bring the RPM up slightly higher. 21, 2200. And we're going to cycle the prop. So we're going to do 3 of these. Here's the first one. Drop of RPM. Second one is going to show us an increase in manifold pressure. And the third one is going to see a lower of fuel flow. And if you did a fourth one, you're only checking for any oil squirting up off the cowling there, yeah? Now, that mag check, it was showing me that the right mag was a little bit fouled because remember that it wasn't coming down smoothly. So how we fix that is, right, you actually lean the mixture just before cut off and give loads of power in there. Now the engine's struggling, but it's burning off carbon. That's what she's doing. Alright, so we're going to hold on 2,000 revs, check the right mag again. A little bit better. Okay, last then is bring her power to idle, make sure she doesn't cut out. Fuel pump off. And she's just ticking over. Beautiful sound. Beautiful sounds, aren't there? We'll have a listen as we rev it up now. Sounds amazing. Beautiful sound. Viper Strikers here, good morning. Todd Trammell, 8 months, my guy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, man. This is the A2A one, teammate. Yes, indeed. Right, okay, so we're going to come off the brakes. Fuel pump back on for takeoff. Light them all up as we're here. Transponder can now go on to altitude reporting. Alright. And off the brakes. And we're going to just taxi on out. And then it's straight out. So, normal conditions for takeoff. Not going to need the flaps for this. Even though it's an intersection departure, the Comanche has plenty of power to get us airborne. So, at this stage we'd be, you know, on first name terms at ATC, because you don't do any of this without talking to ATC. Okay, trim, make sure we're set for takeoff. Left is clear. There's another Comanche in a beautiful Firefly Air livery. Gorgeous. Okay, get ourselves turned on point. Easy does it. Alright. It's time to fly. Last thing I didn't check there was actually sync my HSI with my actual compass. They drift, hence they have gyro in the aircraft, yeah? Alright, hold our station here. We're now facing runway heading. This is facing about 3-4 or 3-5. 3-4 or 3-5. Alright, we're looking good. We're walking, talking and squawking. Let's go flying. Takes about 3 full seconds to fully push your throttle forward. Speed alive. We're gonna look for about 80 on this. She's getting lighter. Up comes the nose. And we're flying. Gear up. Gear indicates up. Nice climb out over Cork. Add in a bit of pitch trim now, just to help us out. 120 knots is good. Let's start reducing some of that power, bring it back to about 25. And we can bring our RPM back to about 25 as well. Beautiful. And we're flying, isn't it gorgeous? Hey, Justice here, good to see you. On the London meetup, can I bring a +1? Yes, absolutely. We encourage it. Alright, so we're flying into Cork City. Once we get to where the river is, it's going to be a right turn. There's the river up there. It's going to be a right turn. And we're going to head out over Little Island and then over the Cove, right? That is our plan. Okay, so temps, pressures, everything where it needs to be. EGT is looking good here as well. 25 and 24, so let's bring the manifold pressure now. Bring it back down to about 2300. RPM can follow. 120 knots. We're still climbing nicely, giving us about 1,000 feet a minute. There's the river coming up there now. Let's get ourselves trimmed out for level flight. We'll see by looking at the horizon, but we can also look here at our vertical speed indicator as well. Try and keep that arrow straight at 0 without budging, right? Alright, so there's Cork City, there is the river. We're going to do a right turn now, over to, well, we're heading due east, 090 degrees. We'll go ahead and pop that in ourselves. And we'll start our turn. Now what we're looking for here then, in our turn and slip coordinator just ahead of us, about a 20-degree bank turn. We're looking to see the ball here. We want to keep that ball right in the middle. So if the ball moves to the right, it's called stepping on the ball. And that's called coordinated flight. Alright? But for the moment, we're okay. Nice turn here. We'll start rolling out about 5 degrees before we get to our desired heading. Watch our vertical speed here as well. So start to roll out. Nice and gentle. And now we're heading due east. Nice. Airspeed is coming up. We're going to reduce our power further. The Comanche likes about 2100 squared. So 21 on manifold. And we'll go 21 on our RPM. get all this sorted for us. And we're also going to reduce some of that mixture just a little bit. We're going to remain rich of peak. Fuel flow is coming down. We're about 21 squared. And I'm almost perfectly trimmed. Almost perfectly trimmed. Like, it's very easy to trim this aircraft. So, like, she's quite good doing what it's doing now, right? Quite good. Get rid of that fuel pump. We'll keep our landing lights on. Turn on our autopilot unit. We're looking for any drift here. Every 20 minutes or so you would drift that. Some more modern avionics, they'll alert you to when you need to change it. Or even the more modern avionics, well, it'll just change it. It'll always keep syncing that for you. Yeah, it's called a gyro sync, right? Eagle Castellan, good to see you. In a box, man, good morning. Hope you're well, man. So the wind is kind of pushing us off course a little bit, but that's quite okay. We're heading out over a little island here at the minute. The Dunkettle roundabout should be there. That's a visual reference point. That's called the Dunkettle roundabout in Cork. Then you go under the Jack Lynch tunnel, underwater, and then you're on the South Link Road, right? So autopilot is telling me it's ready. I'm going to activate this. If you put it into ST mode, that's effectively steady mode, right?
I put the car in
Jesus.
front of baby.
In a box, man, pressing buttons. I'm going to engage heading. And see this altitude engage? It'll also hold me altitude. So we're at 3,200. That's comfortable for now, right? I'm going to engage that. The feedback we'll get from the S-Tech autopilot, you'll hear it beeping either up or down, and that's telling us to manually adjust our trim because, well, the autopilot is working against us. In a box, man, 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. What a ledge. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to In a Box, man, do be sure to say thank you. Insane support. Because our trim was so fairly decent, this isn't given out to me, so it's just happy now, meandering on. We're doing 160 miles an hour. In old money, that's about 140 knots. And we've now overflown Little Island. This is out towards kind of photo wildlife. That church there, that's into Cove, so we're going to start a right turn. We'll do this directly from the autopilot. So it's going to be a right turn heading 180 degrees. Dial that in. And so far, so good. Now, outside air temperature, it's about 10 degrees up here, so I'm not worried. If we wanted to, you can open and close all these vents. Do you hear the sound changing? And basically what these do, these small little gadgets here that you turn them to open them, right? And if you look at the sidewall of the airplane, see just here, there's a little flap where the door is, right? You have a little flap just here, right? And if I open this little flap now inside, it's fully open. Do you see the flap open? So that's just dragging in air from outside, and it's wonderful. Now, it does give you the smells and the wonderful stuff from that Continental engine, right? But that's how... I say, you're outside of your plane. Right? It's beautiful, very comfortable airflow. If you needed it. So as we're overflying now, this is Cove. Titanic pulled in along here back in the day. This island out here is Haulbowline. That's home of the Irish Naval Service. It's full of all the Navy's boats, right? This here is called Spike Island. It was an old fort, then it became a prison. Now it's like a museum as well. It's like a workhouse or something. Colin PD, good to see you, man. So yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful day for flying here. Okay, so we were saying we were going to be looking for a power station. That was a visual reference point. So I'm going to move out over this way a bit. There's Pfizer. So where we should see a power station is somewhere out here to the right. So we're going to start a right-hand turn now, heading towards Carrigaline. So that's going to be a right turn heading 270 degrees. We might actually go a little bit more. We might go 240 degrees. All right. Hammer nails on 40 tomorrow. Yeah, Jesus. Right. Loads of fun. Now, if you find the aircraft is going too fast for you, you can dial it back, right? But I'm happy enough here. We're about 21 squared. We're getting good fuel efficiency. Now, here's the trim starting to give out to me. Now, the nose is always going to dip down in a turn. That's how aerodynamics just do the thing. So I'm going to ignore that at the moment. That beeping is saying, hey, will you trim down, please? I'm doing too much work. But let's see what happens when we level out. Now, if you look at the right window, we should see that power station. I would say that's it there. Right? Oh no, that's it there, look. There's our power station. It's not deadly. Like, isn't that deadly? VF4 out of the box in Flight Sim. Like, I love this. That's a power station. It's a, what do they call them? Not a relay station, like a transition station or something. Do you know the name? Alright. So it's going to be a left turn coming up here shortly, and what we're going to be doing far out here, man, we're looking for more wind farms, because there are visual reference points, yeah? So we can see aerials and antennas and all that jazz, and we're keeping an eye on that weather as well. Substation, yeah, that'll do, substation. So we're going to make a turn here left. Two, 4, maybe? Hello, 240 degrees, and we see how we get on. Mr. Jazz, good to see you. Okay, so we should be okay with this. Now, we can bring up our tablet again. This is going to give us some good information. So we can see visibility, outside air temperature, it's not raining, what the wind is doing. So we're actually getting blown from our right-hand side. So we're going to have to adjust that on our heading. We need to counteract the wind. So we're going to bring this up to about 255 to keep us on track. Again, go in here and have a look at the old engine analyzer. This is going to be telling us what's happening, right? So temperature's quite high, sparks are all running. See the way now we've cleared the fouling from those spark plugs. Do you remember the way they were like really small on the bottom? So by clearing that, by reducing the mixture, and the mixture is your fuel to air mixture, how much air or fuel is getting down into the engine, right? So they're now running perfectly. Our torque is good, RPM, power and thrust, everything here is good. And here's something else. This is just the attention to detail. Here's your propeller, and it's showing us the angle of the blade. See this 22 degrees? In aviation, or especially in general aviation, they'll refer to that as the bite. How much of a bite the propeller has cutting into the air ahead of it, right? But what's cool here is, do you see these coloured bars? Well, they're your exhaust manifolds, or your manifold temperatures. And if you notice, the closer you are to the propeller, the greener it is, and the further back, the orange or more red it is. And that's simulating the air temperature hitting the very front of the aircraft, keeping the front part of the engine cooler than the rear of the engine. Like, that's the level of friggin' simulation they've gone into. It's nuts, like, nuts. We've people flying into captain's sick bag. You're looking good, lads. Beautiful. So our engine stuff is working exactly as intended. Electrical system, let's have a quick look here. So we can see that the alternator, it's running off a belt, right? 2 pulleys in a belt. That's regenerating the battery. So you can see here, right? Cockpit power is coming directly off the alternator, which is being driven by the engine. When the battery needs to be recharged, it'll also top up the battery. Now, we don't have an alternator switch, but we do have an alternator circuit breaker. Let's see here now. Landing gear, generator. So it's a generator. If I turn off the generator, look what happens now. So the alternator, it's not doing anything. It's not converting any power. And now all our electricity for our cockpit instruments, our lights, all of that stuff, well, it's now being driven directly from the battery, and it's going to start lowering the voltage. So again, that's fully simulated as well. So we're drawing somewhere between 16 to 18 amps. Anyone might have an idea what the amps are fluctuating. Could you take a guess? Why might your amps fluctuate at the moment? And try and figure out, well, why would it be going on, off, on, off, on, off? Yeah? Any ideas? I'll give you a hint. It's the most powerful light on the aircraft. On any aircraft, it is the most powerful in terms of the strength of the light. Not your beacon, your strobe light. But let's see if it is, right? Fluctuating because Murph is flying. Let's turn off our strobe light. No longer fluctuating. Isn't that mad? That's Accu-Sim. Nuts. Right? So we'll put back on our strobe light and you'll see the thing start dancing again. It's drawing the extra amps because it's on, off, on, off. And that's all simulated. It's class, isn't it? Cyrus, hang on. Did you inadvertently learn something from me? Jesus, don't tell anyone. Oh, no. Right, so we're going to turn back on our generator and then you're going to see the alternator recharge the battery, right? So come on down here. Alternator is now powering the cockpit, but it's also recharging the battery. And we can actually turn on this outside the aircraft, right? Happy birthday, right? So we can stick this on charge if we wanted to. But obviously you can't charge it in the air. Alright? Right. Other information that we have. So this is our PA24. We're using... Oh, it's a Lycoming. I said Continental. It's a Lycoming 0540 250 brake horsepower. With 3 hours on the airframe, 2 hours on the engine. And we're using an MT constant speed composite propeller. Alright.
Hello there.
And then we keep an eye on the old engine analyzer. And again, you can see the crack. If I were to turn off one of the mags, it's pretty much a brand new aircraft, yeah. Sir Palazzo, thank you very much indeed for the follow. So I could turn off a mag here, and just to show you what happens, you'll get a drop in RPM, but the aircraft will still continue on. So we've turned off the right mag. The left mag is now doing all the work. Now if you turn off both mags, well, your sparks turn off. See the way your left mag is only powering one of the spark plugs? Each cylinder has 2 spark plugs, yeah? So your fuel efficiency, RPM, all that stuff is now doing less. You turn back on both mags, all your other spark plugs come alive. Right? Go the right mag only, and again, one spark plug per cylinder shuts off because it's not being powered now. The magneto isn't powering those. It's not sending an electrical current directly to each of those spark plugs. It's mad, isn't it? And all this is simulated. And it impacts on your performance, fuel efficiency, engine temperatures, all of that. What happens if you cut the cable between the mag and the switch? Well, if you turn off the mag, that's it. The spark plugs are no longer sparking. The engine will stop. It'll be air driven for a while. There is fuel in there, but you no longer have a way of creating a spark. Therefore, your 4-stroke engine, it's lost one of its strokes. It's not going to run. Oh yeah, it visualizes the exhaust as well. You can see this here. And this is going to give you a good indication of your oil. Right? If your oil is clean or if it's dirty. If your oil is dirty or running low, it gets very black. If you have too much oil in there, this becomes brighter. Kind of like a hinty blue, white kind of a colour that'll come out if you have too much oil in there. Right? So we are now approaching Clonakilty. So eyes outside for this one. It should be coming up here on the right hand side somewhere. It's only a small little grass airfield. So we'll keep an eye, we'll overfly it, get an idea of what's happening. We know that the wind is coming in from the northwest. So in terms of a runway, we're probably going to land into 28. Alright? What sort of visual references can we have a look at here? Well, let's see. So the land comes out here a bit. Here's a little inlet. Therefore, that's Clonakilty, right? And then the airfield, there's our airfield right there, look. So it's a grass strip, and we're going to be landing on that. So we'll fly past it for the moment, and we'll sneak back up the coast because I'm too high and I'm too fast. What do you think of it though? It's pretty, isn't it? Like the detail in the Comanche, a lot of people think, yeah, it's only a small little general aviation plane, sure, who wants to be flying those? There's a lot of stuff going on with these things, especially this. Anything from FS Reborn, A2A, Just Flight, Black Square, any of those aircraft, even Milviz with the 310, they're all highly detailed aircraft. And of course the Flight Simware as well. Highly detailed aircraft. They have a lot of stuff going on, you know. Hammernail says it's by far your favourite GA plane. Yeah, the Comanche is just, it's a chef kiss. It's an excellent, excellent add-on. And there's more coming. A2A are working on more aircraft. Do you know? But yeah, it's absolutely stunning. We'll enjoy the scenic views of Ireland as, well, we plan for a landing here now in a moment. But we'll do one of these. Jeez, that was very loud. We'll do one of these. There you go. Malky Mac, good to see you.
Hello there.
Sidekick Murphy, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, man. Tis only gorgeous. Alright, so let's throw in some heading here. 180 degrees. Little turn. Isn't Ireland called Emerald Isle? It is in some places, yeah. Alashin, good to see you. Crafty Tigers, welcome in. Tis very stunning. So we're cruising here at 3,200 feet. We're going to start planning in for a landing. We're going to head over to 180 degrees. We can now start bringing some power out, and we want to be watching for the cylinder head temperature as we do this, as colder air meets it. There's a fella on a boat. Beautiful. Okay, so our speed is coming back. We're going to turn off the altitude hold. We'll turn off the autopilot as well. My airplane, I have control. And we'll start a nice sweeping left-hand turn as we're descending. Very nice. Dougal McTavish, the chairman. Good to see you, Dougal. Welcome in, man. A very happy Thursday. You got loads of these small little islands all the way down the south as well. Bear Island is one of them. Better than the weather in New South Wales at the moment. Torrential rain and severe flooding. I don't believe you, man. Really? Jesus. It's a beautiful day for flying. So we're going to prep ourselves for landing. So let's just get our trim sorted here. Fuel pump can come back on. We're on our main tank, so all is looking good. Keep an eye on the cylinder head temperature as we're doing this. If it gets very cold, we'll increase some RPM here. Actually, we can increase the RPM now. Don't spike it. Now, increasing the RPM, that changes the angle as well, so that's going to give us a little bit more bite in the air. It'll actually help us slow down. It creates more drag. Do you know? Didn't know it worked so well in 24. Just had a CTD and 1300. Oh dear, so need real life. Sorry, but thanks so much for all the learning. Sean Dale, take it easy, man. Have a great day, dude. New beta update, fix possible crash when applying or deleting control preset. New beta update. So, Cyrus, is that for Sim Update 4? Providence expecting 3 inches and heavy winds today. What? Hammer nails. 3 inches of snow or rain? Okay, adding in a small bit of power here. Rain, Jesus, 3 inches of rain. Bloody hell. So there's Goose. We've got a couple of pilots with us. So we're going to ramble back in over Clonakilty, and then it's the airport. And what do we say? Runway 28. Now, a grass landing, you need to be careful. You need to keep pressure on the back of the yoke, effectively keeping that nose gear up, because if the grass is soft or wet, it can dig in and you can prop strike. So it's, you know, take it handy, lads. Take it handy. Some beautiful views. It's a rarity to get this sort of weather in Ireland. Like, it really is. It's rare. Do you know what I mean? Alright, speed is coming down. We're going to wait till we get it inside the white arc. We'll lower the landing gear. We'll add some flaps. And we'll take it nice and handy, right? Some of our areas have 300mm and more. Jesus, man. That's bad. So, very shallow descent coming on here. We're at just under 2,500. Reset the barrow to local. Reset our heading indicator, because that's going to start moving with the different vibrations inside the engine. That's just what happens. Regardless of how good your gyroscope is moving, that vibration and rattling, that tends to move the accuracy of your instruments a little bit. That's when you're dealing with steam gauge. You can turn all that stuff off. Gyro drift, it's called. Inchydoney Island, that's the one, Alishin. Or Inchydoney. Inchydoney Island. It's beautiful. Okay, so we're going to go for the landing gear now. Gear coming down. And that's going to add to the drag, so you're going to see that airspeed starting to bleed off. I can see the airport where we're at. So we're going to watch our speed here as we do this. Cylinder head temperature still okay. And it's a nice shallow descent here as we ramble in over Clonakilty. Absolutely beautiful scenery. Can't wait to visit in real life. Yeah, this neck of the woods is really nice. It's beautiful down here. If you get the weather, I've always said it, lads, wouldn't it be a lovely country if you could only roof it? It's gorgeous down here, like. Southwest Cork. Like, 'tis out in the wilderness, but it's nice. Okay, speed is holding at 120. We'll throw in a notch of flaps for good measure. A lot of drag in the aircraft. See, the whole airframe is now shaking as it's decelling. And we can start pulling more power out. We'll go full prop. Mixture needs to go full rich. Bumfis. That's the old little abbreviation. So gear is down, flaps are coming down when we need them. We'll probably go for another notch of flaps before landing. And power settings are good. Cylinder head temperature a little bit cold. Lining up with the runway. Easy does it. The winds are calm here, it's about 5 knots. Another blast of flaps. That'll help with our speed coming down as well. They almost act like a speed brake. Now, the flaps are designed to allow you to fly at a slower speed without stalling, you know. But we can use them to add drag to help with our speed. A little bit of a bump, some blasts and all that kind of stuff. So speed, we're looking good. About 90 knots coming in here. We're lined up with the runway. It is a grass strip. We'll take our time. Your multiplayer option is grayed out, says Dougal. What? Check your online. If your multiplayer is grayed out in the main menu, go into the sim and make sure you have it turned on inside the sim, in sim menu, Dougal. Yeah? One overrides the other. Alright, in over the graveyard. Last notch of flaps. Mind the trees. Easy does it. 100 knots, a little bit fast, but we can correct all this. Fairly steep approach. We can see our touchdown zone. And start gently pulling up. In a chase, there's someone out of their plane, look. Watch the flare, hold the nose. Keep the pressure on the back of the stick. There's a touchdown on the grass. We're down, keeping pressure on off the nose. Apply a little bit of brakes as we're doing it. There's 40 knots. Nice and controllable now. Add in a little bit of power, bring those flaps in. And welcome to Clonakilty. Creo, hope you're well, mate. Is that a buddy plane? I don't know, it's happening again with the model matching. Where they've, you know, it fixes itself after, no it doesn't, look. This happened before. EI sick. That's Captain Sickbag, look. I know that by looking at his tail number. I love that. Deadly. Captain Sickbag, you have Ace Ventura hanging out your window. Jesus. Alright, we'll taxi out of everyone's way here. Need to be careful on the grass area because it could be very bumpy, right? So we'll just come up to where the ramp is here. That was a Cirrus, yeah. Beautiful. Mind the bump here. Jesus. Easy now. Easy. Alrighty, let's try it here for the moment. Alright, hold the brakes. Brakes are on. Avionics, flick them off. Autopilot, flick it off. Get all these lights off. And pull the mixture.
Hello there.
Alright. Beacon light coming off. Get our battery switch off. Turn off the mags. We'll sit tight here for a few minutes. Go ahead and open our door. And, well, welcome to Clonakilty, our first stop of the day. Doc, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Good to see you, man. So this is Clonakilty. It's only a small little grass airfield, but there's another flying club down here. And it's quite nice. This is default scenery, so in the real world, the clubhouse looks a lot nicer. There's markings on the runway, the taxiways, the grass is cut very well. It's like a golf course. The grass is cut very well here. But looking good there, lads. Looking good. Beautiful. Wonky Button is there. Was that Wonky Pigeon once upon a time? Look at that. We got a Bonanza, a Cirrus, and a DA. Look at that, man. Beautiful aircraft here, lads. The old reliable workhorse, which is the Comanche. And, yeah, it's quite nice here, isn't it? This weather, though. There's idle cut off. Go over and say hello to him. Well, how's that going for you? Did you bring the sandwiches? What do you mean you didn't bring the... Chase, I'm towering over you. Yeah, that's right. Ding, 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 ding. Brilliant. Now in a second, lads, it's going to be straight into feckin'... Whatchamacallit? WWE or something, you know. In the red corner, we have this lad. In the blue corner, we have that lad. Right? Brilliant. What a day for flying. Ah, there's Dougal appearing. Brilliant. There's Goose. Which is bigger, the Comanche or a Cherokee? Oh, Comanche. Excited to have a Thursday VATSIM? Yeah, looking forward to that later on. The tunes, lads. Magnum PI, good to see you. Rain is here, welcome in. Right, wish that now for a minute. Who's this trying to sneak up? Captain C, we spotted you sneaking. We'll go around and we'll greet ourselves with Captain Sickbag. For this is, and get run over. This is how we do the international greeting. Hello. Rain, hope you're well. Magnum, how are things, man? No. Captain Sickbag said, no, you can't. He's got back into his plane and he's about to run away. Brilliant. Right. Shall we leave this beautiful area of Clonakilty? We're going to head up to Kerry. And, well, before we get going, we're just going to double check with our, with the weather once again, right? We don't need to do another walk around. I mean, look, it's still an active flight. So, we'll jump in. Get the door closed. And we'll latch it. All right. So we can do this now by using our onboard avionics, right? Which is a great bit of stuff. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Master switch coming on. We'll turn on the avionics. Now this will drain the battery fast, but we should be all right. So we're going to go to waypoint info, airport. We're going to put in Kerry, Echo India Kilo Yankee. And we're going to have a look at the weather data. All right. So we can see altimeter 1022. That's staying where it is. Winds 310 at 6 knots. Visibility is great. Few clouds at 2600, and it's 18 degrees there. Very nice. Very, very nice. So yeah, weather conditions over there are absolutely gorgeous. The winds coming in from 310. So if the winds are coming in from 310, well, what's our choice of landing? The winds are coming in this direction. It's borderline 26 or 08, isn't it? 360 is here. 310 is here. So it's runway 26. There's going to be a small crosswind component for the landing. But sure, listen, it'll be grand. If you listen carefully as well, you can actually hear the oil drop back down into the sump. Hear that? You can actually hear the oil drop back down into the sump. It's class, like. All right. A little gyro spinning. Turn it back on again. All right. We shall go once again flying. So what we're going to do, master switch is on. Beacon light is on to let folks know we're going to do a thing. Fuel pump can be activated. Let's check our fuel pressure. It should climb up straight away, which it is. We shouldn't have to prime this. Famous last words. Mags, right, left, and both. Clear prop. Open the throttle about 1/4 of an inch, and let's give it a blast. Jesus, she needs a prime. Didn't think we'd have to prime it. A2A are very quiet these days. They're very busy. Didn't sound right. Sounded a little bit low, didn't it? Alright. Try it again. Clear prop. Not one engine start will be the same. And like, I was even doing that with mixture out and then increasing it as it goes in. You saw that, but like, you're supposed to start most of these with the mixture out, and as it starts to bite, you push the mixture in. So that was actually correct. Very strange. Anyway, let's continue on. Beacon is on, avionics coming on now. Circuit breakers are all in. Put our headset on. We're looking good there. TAC hours are being reset. Reset the barrow, reset all this. Are we filling? No. And we're looking good. We're looking good. Autopilot master switch will turn that guy out. Turn him on once you get into the air, right? It needed a bit of caffeine. It did. Well, let's just double check things here with our tablet. Bring the mixer out a smidgen. And you can see it already, look. See the way the spark plugs are smaller? Them white dots are smaller. It's letting you know that they're fouling, yeah? And if we really wanted to foul them, right, watch this. Mixture goes fully in, right? At a low RPM. So look at that. Cylinder 2 is fouled completely. Cylinder 3 is coming next. Low RPM at full mixture. It's just not good for it. The engine even sounds rough, doesn't it? Alright, let's lean. And keep an eye on those spark plugs. Can you guys see what the dots are from this range? If we lean out the mixture, right? Hey, can I move this? Have a look at the spark plugs now when I lean the mixture and increase the power, right? See the way they're coming back? Like, the detail is staggering. Dodgy frame rates affect the flashing dots. Not too worried about it. Like, it's the point we're making is we want to be able to see the thickness of them. Do you know? Burn off all that excess carb. What's RPM at? Up the hill. Almost fully regained. It's mad, isn't it? So Dougal reckons dodgy frame rate can do that. Interesting. Alright, quick mag test though. Rough as hell. Not bad. Let's put hot air in. Alright. Light them up. Peter heat back on. Autopilot, master switch, we'll let that unit start warming up, and we'll taxi up here to our left and blast off again. Are we ready, sports fans? Off the brakes. And we'll taxi up the side here. A little bit bumpy. Take it easy now. It's just a class airplane, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic, lads. So, taxiing up to where the buys are. Let some air in. It's 20 degrees on the ground. We'll let the lads take off ahead of us. It's pretty much a straight out departure. We'll keep left a little bit. Mind the old bump, Smurf. There goes Captain Sickbag. Valbro's next. Wicked Lumberjacks in the beautiful looking Goose. We'll let Goose go ahead of us. Get ourselves lined up here. Now we'll use a notch of flap for takeoff. Easy now. Alright, grass takeoff. One must be careful. Mixture rich. Transponder altitude reporting and sinker heading with the runway heading. That'll do. Alright lads, walking, talking, squawking, let's go flying. Small bit of pressure pulling back on the yoke. rate of climb. We are indicating. Gear coming up. What's the old rate of climb there, Murph? Put the cowling onto the horizon. Beautiful. Mrs. GBHI, good to see you. Hope you're well. Flaps coming in. Oh man, beautiful, beautiful climb out. Bit of pitch trim. Lovely. So there's a wind farm kind of down here to our left hand side. We're going to aim towards that. I can see it in the distance. Just there on the hill. There's 1,000 feet. Continue to climb. Bring the RPM back a smidgen. There we go. Yeah, it's a class plane, this, isn't it? Beautiful. Wonder why Piper decided to put the trim wheel on the roof. Yeah, interesting. You'd be up there all day doing this sort of crack. Alright, nice gentle climb out. There's 120 knots. Sid Squadron, welcome in. Tony, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Hope you're well. What's the weather doing in your neck of the woods? The lads are saying it's lashing rain. Twitch baby time. Oh, behave. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. Matt Meredith, good to see you. It's lashing. Yeah, what's going on in Australia with your weather, lads? Ireland is basking in sunshine. It's gorgeous. And our Aussie friends are getting bashed out of it. Lashed out of it. Alright, let's keep an eye on those temperatures. Easy does it now. We're coming up on 3,000 feet. We can engage the autopilot. So we're going to go heading mode. And we'll lock the altitude in at 3,200. There you go. Now let's bring some of this power back. Easy now. We'll go 21 squared. There's 21 manifold. We want 21 on our RPM. We'll lean. And now we need to pitch trim down. And now she's happy. Manifold pressure a little bit high. Back a smidgen. Fuel flow about 11 gallons an hour. Perfect. And that speed is going to climb back up to about 150, 160. Beautiful. Britain DC, good to see you, man. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Rico Flight, welcome in. It's raining in Ontario, Canada today as well. No way, man. No way. Alright. So we're heading out here now, Ross Carberry neck of the woods. And keep going and you'll get to Baltimore and Cork. But we'll kind of circle back up by Bantry and then on up to Kerry, right? Beautiful. Oh man, it's such a good plane, isn't it? How was one today? One as well. How was the other? One as well. Yeah, we're doing well here, lads. 3,200. Speed is looking good. Engine is behaving. Cylinder head temperature is good. Fuel is grand, left and right. Oil pressure in the green. Amps are looking good. Oil temperature is good. Gyro is working, doing gyro things. Fuel flow here is bang on. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing very good. A beautiful flight. Other is decent, weather is royally bleep. Is it? We're getting like, oh no, we are. You can see this front coming in. There's actually a low pressure coming down from the north. Grey and miserable, just like the home country. Tally ho. Brilliant. Jerry Armstrong, very good afternoon to you. Hope you're well, mate. How are things? Yeah, so like, I mean, if you ever wanted like just a great general aviation aircraft just to go touring in, the Comanche's just a great bit of kit. It's comfortable, it's fast, it's powerful. It's just a great machine for flying. You're working overtime, Tony. Jesus. This bird never grows old to me, Dougal. It's so good, isn't it? Sunjammer, good to see you, man.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Ah, Britain DC, thank you very much for your Prime subscription. 16 months, though. Jesus. There you go, full-timer. See you in a month. Oh, dude, I can't wait. There will be a spot saved at Murphy's Bar. Britain. There's a Murphy's Bar outside Expo down the street. You'll hear me from it anyway, you know. I'll be wearing another lovely shirt, not unlike this, right? Be brilliant. Man, look at the views out here, look. Alright, we'll do a small little turn here to the right. 270 degrees, due west. This area is called Skibbereen. I'd be wearing Crocs as well, you better believe it. I don't know what I did, but I just volunteered to work 8 days straight. Good man, Crafty Tigers. Oh, Jez is brilliant. Great news. I see a wild Dougal back there. There's Wicked Lumberjacks. Captain Sinkbag is with us. Jesus, look at that weather coming in. That's the front coming in, look. Jesus. Heisenberg, good morning. Comfortable, fast and powerful. Is it a PG stream? Mr. Chippy, it passed the MOT. Great news. Great. How old is that car, Mr. Chippy? It's the summertime, so yeah, I expect nothing less, right? Murph, I hadn't had my alarm clock on since you went full time. I suspect in sports mode. Yeah, you better believe it. Sport, you don't need them in all-terrain mode, 4x4. No, the flap will be forward on the Crocs, you know. Rico Fly says, it's a nice aircraft, thanks for streaming it. Not at all, not at all. You're most welcome. Where's this now? Right, we're doing well. We've 39 likes on YouTube as well, lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. It's 34 years old. It's a 1991, but it looks older. Ooh. Hammer Nails, good to see you. Murphy's Bar opened in 1929. Their casual establishment with multiple TVs is part Irish pub, part New York deli. Ooh, nice. Right there across from the convention centre. Yeah, 100%. So we'll have to go in, you know, just to say hello, like. And do what every Irish person does when they go abroad. Can I have a pint of Guinness and then complain about how it doesn't taste like at home? We always do it. We don't know why we do it, but we always do it. Alright, we're near Schull in Cork, or Schull. Right turn coming in here, lads. Let's call it 3... Oh, Jesus, wrong button. Let's call it 300 degrees. This is slightly off now, look. So we better resync this. There we go. Am I using Elvatex? Negative. No. Lee Dixon, yes indeed. Idle Cutoff, aka Dave Cleary. Oh, good man yourself. Legend Dave. Sounds like a lovely show. It does, it sounds lovely. We do it because it's the right thing to do. Yes. Also, Trinity Brewhouse is another great establishment. Oh, nice, Hammer Nails. Hammer Nails, you're going to Expo, aren't you? Shoal is gorgeous. You go there every year. A friend from Newcastle lives there. No way, man. Hammer Nails, brilliant. You're going to be our local tour guide, so tonight, lads, we're starting at Murphy's. Then we're going to Trinity. Then we're going to that other place that won't be mentioned. Wait, what? Right. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Lee Dixon. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? So, we're going to fly over Shoal. Then it's going to be a right turn over Bantry and Widdy Island, which is over that way. Jeez, this is lovely. After this flight then, lads, we're going to start concentrating on tonight's VATSIM flight. We're going to do a briefing. We're going to be looking... Well, first off, I need to make sure the 737 MAX works, so I'll be loading into that in Flight Sim 2020. Then we are going to have a look at our departure, our arrival airports, get an idea on the procedures, read the NOTAMs, get some weather forecasts, and then kind of play it by ear. And when it comes to our Thursday night VATSIM flights, I'm going to do this when streaming on a Thursday. We'll spend a bit of time briefing ourselves on what it is we need to do. It's kind of tutorial based, right? We're going to help each other. Not sure how much ATC we'll get tonight that far north. Yeah, it's hard to call. But sure, listen, let's see what happens. It's going to be the same crack when we're flying the US in a couple of weeks' time, do you know? But I think it'd be helpful if, you know, we jump in, we have a chat about what it is we're going to do, and then that evening we do the flight with just that knowledge fresh in our heads. You know what I mean? Because, like, flying on VATSIM, it's so much fun. Like, it really is. It's a good bit of crack. I'm assuming you're flying into Boston. We are flying into Boston, yes. I'm going from Shannon to Boston. Beautiful. Flying with Aer Lingus. So yeah, looking forward to that. We get in on Wednesday and we bug out on Monday. Do you know, it's going to be busy. I can't wait. I can't wait to catch up with people. It's fantastic. Then we're going to London in July. We're doing a Firefly meetup in London. In actual fact, we're going out to Duxford for the day. And yeah, there'll be pints then in London afterwards, you know. Will you be on Discord voice with us tonight? I will do. Well, I'm going to stream it, but I'll jump onto voice as well because I want to get your perspective from it. It's an incredible way to kind of share what the group has been doing for the last couple of months. Do you know what I mean? Because it's great for new pilots. Anyone who wants to, you know, if you're looking forward to flying on VATSIM, this is an awesome way of doing it, because all the flights, they're pre-planned. Naughty Gnome does some great work there planning the different routes, and the rest of the guys as well. And yeah, I'm raging Naughty won't be there. He's away on holidays. I think he's back next week though, you know. So yeah, it's costing me less to fly first class back home. What? Jesus, Britain. How much is the train? Expat Scots like me measure the cost of living by the price of a tin of iron brew. How much is it for an iron brew? Too expensive. We're not living here. Angels15, good to see you. Happy Thursday, man. $145 US. The train? What? Duxford is in big changes at the moment. It's your local, says Magnum PI. Nice, man. Magnum, there's a few pubs around you, right? I forget the name of it. It's on Discord. 7 hours versus 1 hour and $155 US to fly first with UA. That's absolutely nuts, man. Are the trains that expensive? I was going to rent a car. But sure, we'll see. Right turn, 330 degrees. All is well with our aircraft. Trucker John, good to see you, man. In Singapore equates to about £2.50 a can. Jesus. So what are the lovely people of Singapore be doing drinking iron brew? Right? I need to actually hang on. How much is the train from Logan out to Providence? Jesus, between $400 and $500. What? Oh no, hang on. Oh no, hang on now. We land in the afternoon, so like it's I can 80 quid or 35 quid. 39 minutes direct. Look, that's not bad, look. Look at that. South Station, Boston. Oh, no, hang on. I want to go from the airport. Or is that from the airport? Or do you need... Oh no, balls is not. How do you get from the airport? A train, right? So there's 2 trains. What's this business? Right, so when we land, you have to get a bus into Boston, which isn't far, and then you get the train. What's with the prices? Silly question, Murph. Are you spending the night in Boston Wednesday? No. No, we're going straight to Providence. Sitting by the weather feature in the airport, or the water feature in the airport, drinking an iron brew, right? Rambog is our other guy for expertise, but Noma's not with us. Rambog is highly into ATC, yeah, 100%. What's the price of that, though? Let's see. 60 quid? Okay, we're going to be in the afternoon, so it'd be like, 4 o'clock. 86 quid? Jesus. One way. Hang on, let's do the maths here. Let's say it's 90 quid. 360 quid, potentially based on 2 people. Let's have a cock. We're in at like 3 o'clock or something. It's not a 40-minute train ride from Boston. It takes more like 2 hours with all the stops. Jesus. Hang on there now, we have a look. Oh, sure, hang on, look. 200 and... a Kia Rio, would you go out and it'd be Jesus. Alright, so it's about 300 quid for car hire. But here's the thing, lads. If I have if I go with car hire, that means I don't get to have the lovely pints. That would be bad. Right? That would be bad. I'm after missing my turn for Bantry with all my excitement. Hang on right there, Murph. Yeah, the price range is definitely questionable. Willow, how much? Good to see you, man. Thank you very, very much indeed. Yeah, it's going great, mate. Going great. Shame we don't get in Thursday. Are you staying over on Thursday night? I don't know. Is it car hire? Right, if I get car hire, that means I can't drink. And it's nice to drink on the plane. You go for a little snooze. You're giving Chewie a ride. Ah, okay. Oh, so Chewie is going. Okay, sweet. I didn't know he was going. Brilliant. And he's going as Chewie and not, officially. Nice, okay. I always wondered what the pilots do to announce themselves while we all sit in our seats and wait for the flight to get to the destination. Yeah. Oh, to be announced. Okay, gotcha. You better be using the Uber. Would we? Ah, Chewie's here. Good to see you. We're just talking about the possibility of perhaps maybe then, if they twist your arm enough, about Providence, right? Seemingly the train is expensive, and I like trains. They seem to be expensive. But put it this way, if I rent a car, it's gonna sit in the friggin' hotel for like 3 days. What's the point? You know what I mean? What day and time do we get into Boston? We get in on Wednesday afternoon. 3 or 4 o'clock. And then we're heading straight to Providence. Just to kind of scope the place out, before it gets busy. I've already located 2 Irish pubs and a casino. I mean, it'll happen, Farmer William, good to see you. It means that you need a dedicated driver who doesn't drink. Yeah, myself and Gibbo are on the same flight. That's just not going to happen. I mean, it's already a challenge driving from the house in Tipperary to Shannon Airport, and that's only like half an hour, right? You'll be in there from Thursday. Looking forward to catch up. Ah, dude, I can't wait, Chewie. I cannot wait, mate. Kando is here. Good to see you, man. Jesus, Kando, 35 months. Expo is not going to be the same without you, Kando. The casino was pretty far from downtown. Oh, is it? Okay, we're not going to the casino, so... Hang a right turn here. We're about to overfly. This place here is called Whiddy Island. There was actually a terrible disaster here some years ago with a big fuel spill or an oil spill. But today, it's all tidied up. Tyke Furlong's auntie, Tyke Furlong, Irish rugby player, his auntie runs the bar on Whiddy Island, and she makes the nicest ham sandwiches you'll ever get in all your life. Right? It's about 20 minutes by car. Jesus. Jamaica is calling your name. Jamaica. Come on out of that. Listen. Will you get dreadlocks? Kando, I reckon you should get dreadlocks. I mean, you know, for science, it's important, you know. But, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to meeting up with folks at Expo. I love Expo, man. It's so much fun. You're coming back with a dreaded mallet, or a dreaded mullet. Nice, man, nice. They won't let you into places now with that sort of a thing, but sure, listen. Now, there is, I don't know, does Navigraph put it into the sim? I'm unsure. There is, in the real world, an actual little airstrip in Bantry. It's privately owned. It's very dangerous. And it's owned by some medical crowd, I think. But I don't think it's modelled in the sim. It doesn't come up on the radar to say, yeah, look, it's, you know, here's an airport for you. Do you know what I mean? You still need to get your tickets. Jesus. I use private car service when going to and from Boston. DM me if you want. I can get you on the name, or you get me the name of the site. They're reliable and professional. Oh, nice. Well, what would an Uber cost you? Right? Boston Logan to Providence, Rhode Island, right? Rome to Rio. This is a great little website. So, Boston Airport. Let's have a look. So you can get a bus, right? You can get a bus. It looks like it's but it's not. They have the hangar in there, in fairness. You can actually walk around this little airstrip. There's mad places in Ireland. I mean, you can just out for the ramble, the next thing. I saw a TBM landing there, I think it was a TBM. There's Bell Road with us. Squirted Line is there. There's Dougal. So that's called Whiddy Island, and we're below here in a place called Bantry. There's all old gun positions and magazines on Whiddy Island. The British put them there many moons ago. It's a fascinating island to walk around. Avalon, good to see you, Zach. Welcome in. In the United States, are you mad? Yeah, myself and Gibble, we'd be locked on the bus. It'd be brilliant. Okay, we're not going to get a bus. I don't do buses, right? And it's not because I'm like snobbery. I'm not a good traveller. I won't do a bus. If I'm badly stuck, I'll do a bus. But like, I'm not a fan, right? Not a fan. So, it's an hour's drive. Hang on, you can drive a bit. It costs you a tenner in fuel, right? A town car will cost you 190 quid. It says the train will take you 2 hours as well. That's balls. 2 hours. Can't you rent a GA plane from Boston to Providence? Probably be cheaper. Left turn coming in, 060 degrees. Easy now. Google Maps showed me 1 hour 15 or so on public transport. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's... Well, I'm using Rome to Rio, so I'll use another website. Boston Logan to Providence. Book an airport transport. Alright, well, look at that. Boston Rail Services. Transfero. A bus can take 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the stops. Train takes about 45 minutes. Huh? That's alright. The train leaves every hour during peak hours. Okay. From Boston to Providence. The
Hello
cheapest ticket is a tenner. They've 19 trains a day, right? Here's this one now. Uker Splat, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Logan Airport to the South Station. The Silver Line SL1 bus takes about 20 to 30 minutes depending on traffic, and it's for free. South Station to Providence with the commuter rail takes about an hour and 10 minutes. It costs between $5 and $14 according to Rome to Rio. Amtrak trains, including the Acela, offer faster travel times but have higher ticket prices. Right, so we're saying it's afternoon when we get in, right? So if we say a train, so if it's a free bus in, the train is going to be at around in the evening time. So if we land at like, do you know, if we land at 4 o'clock, our train will be at 5 o'clock. Why won't it show me any later? 186 quid one way. Jesus. Friday, Wednesday, right, get in there. 2 adults. Well, I say that term loosely, right? Acela, not Acela. Acela, welcome in Acela.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
415, 167 quid. Ah, Jesus, lads, that's powerful, isn't it? Muse fan is here. Good to see you, Muse. Jesus, tier 3, 50 months, man. Thank you very, very much indeed, Muse. Good to see you, man. Yeah, that's on the holy moly side of the fence, isn't it? Jesus, I didn't think the trains were that dear. Second cheapest is like that night. 21 quid. Now you're talking. Sure, hang on a second. Sure, I'm not in any rush to get to Providence. It's a 17-hour walk, right? But hang on a second. Here's a ticket. 2 tickets for €20 on Wednesday at 7:47 p.m. That gives us precisely enough time to land, get our asses into Boston, and go for a couple of pints. Genius. That could work. And we get into Providence at 8 o'clock. Acela. Yeah. Now you know while I'm flying. Britain DC, say nothing. Chewie thought he was getting a lift. They're not driving anymore, no, Chewie. They're going by horse and cart. You're just here for a few minutes. We're behaving ourselves. But how many pints per hour is the question? Ari, you wouldn't be doing the dog in it. Brilliant. Chewie was like, wait, you're to bring me. What happened? Hang on, where am I going? Oh, Jesus, go left here now, lads. Let's go 330 degrees. There we are. Easy now. Okay, we're looking good. Purple Kona is here. Good to see you. I am a Boston local. If anyone has questions, I can do my best to help. And yourself. Purple Kona, I believe you're going to be driving a 7-seater. That's what I heard, you know. The boys leave DC yesterday and they have a stopover in York. What? I actually have a road trip fully mapped out. Where are you driving from, Britain DC? According to your streams, at least 3 pints an hour. Yeah. Stranded in the drive-in. Brilliant. I have a pickup truck that sits 4. Yeah, Gibbo said he doesn't mind riding in the back. He's driving up from DC, crazily enough. That's nuts. You're stopping for apple cider donuts, Philly cheesecake, and then through New York City. How long is that going to take you? Makes a mental note to avoid the karaoke bars in Providence. Muse. Sure, listen. You're going to have loads of fun. Right, we need to we need to adjust our heading, for we have high terrain. Loads of wind farms, look at that, lads. Isn't that beautiful, look? Ah, lads. It's stunning here, isn't it? You're taking Ian and Johnny. 7 hours from York to Boston. Bloody hell, man. 7 hours. But you're only that much on the map. 7 hours, though. Oh, look at if I rent a car, it's gonna sit in the friggin' hotel. Like, that's a waste. And then I can't have the pints. You've done 14 hours in one day? Jesus. Murph singing could be quite funny though. No, the cats start screaming when I start singing. Dogs howling. I'd need to be well on now to start singing. Then again, there's other days I start singing and you can't shut me up. It depends. It depends, you know. Yeah, right, we need to look into transport. You forget how big the country is. Road trips are nothing. Sure, I know. When we were down in Houston 2 years ago, it's like, actually, we'll do a nice little drive out to San Antonio. Friggin' ages. Limo rental incoming, right? Could you imagine the state of us? I recommend buying many egg spatulas. That's the only way you're going to get us out of the car. You scoop us, right? Or a shovel, right? Jesus. I'm looking forward to it now. Like, what have we got, lads? A month? It's a month away. And it's so nice because I get to fly from Shannon. Dublin's grand and all, but like, as a passenger, ugh. It's traffic and it's lots of people and it's congestion and it's all, ugh. The airport. Now, Shannon, on the other hand, is positively brilliant. You park the car and from about 10 minutes from walking out of the car, you're at the gate. And I mean the gate of the plane now, not the front gate. 10 minutes. It's savage. 4 weeks for Muse fan. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? I'm looking forward to it. Explain, Laminar Research are doing a rave. I don't know how I feel about that. If you're stopping in Philly for cheesecake, don't forget to go to Pat's or Gino's. The tourist traps, not very good cheesecakes. The best place for a chili steak, in my opinion, is Angelo's at 9th and Fitzwater Street. Jesus. I'm not a fan of lobster. I don't like fish. So like straight away Boston is almost kind of wasted on me. I do eat me meat, you know, overground. So like, you know, steak and burgers and stuff is going to be just grand. Jeez, what's the wind doing to us? Flight info. So we're on a headwind now, 11 knots, look. Endurance is 5 hours. We're doing about 135 over the ground and we've a lot of range. Our fuel efficiency is brilliant, look. Alright. Slight little adjustment once again. Let's call it 310, was it? Yeah, 310. That'll do nicely. Really wish I was going from Shannon, but I couldn't justify driving past Dublin for another 2.5 hours. And the drive back, Muse, right? The highwayman, greetings and salutations. Had to step out for a while. We were trying to figure out the cost of trains from Boston Air. Did they change Logan? Is it called something else now? Anyway, from Boston International Airport, K-Boss, down to what's the Providence, Rhode Island, right? It's right by Lincoln Field. Jesus. Hey, Strap21 is here. Good to see you, Strap. Happy Thursday, man. Yeah, looking forward to the messing, you know. It'll be busy. Like, I was bummed out Microsoft aren't there in an official capacity like that, because like the crack is 90 with them, but there's still a lot of folks going. It's going to be class. Yeah, training out. Yeah, we need to figure out the best trains to get there, or if we're renting a car, I don't know. What could you well, you could fly, but like, are you really going to fly? Are you really going to fly? You know what I mean? Be careful of the old train here, Murph. We'll ramble right just a teeny tiny bit, do you know? 14 passenger parting. Wait, hang on. A 14 passenger party bus starting at 135 quid an hour. Ah, Jesus, Purple Kona. A party. I don't do buses. I can rent a car, but like, I don't want to be wasteful. Oh yes, I just pick up the car, you know. I think you have to change trains at some point. I was checking it out with Naughty and Adam. We were thinking of an Uber between us, or maybe even renting a car. You see, yous are all getting in on Thursday, Muse, aren't you? Mr. Chippy, how long was that walk? 17 hours, was it? Amtrak to Boston Providence is the most cost effective. Andy, boys, good to see you, man. I think it's dear though, isn't it? Like, I don't mind if it's dear, but like, jeez, a train, like, you'd be thinking, yeah, it'd be like 50 bucks or something. It's 200. You can drink on the train. Heisenberg, now you're talking my language. I want to have a couple of pints before we go. And I can't have a couple of pints if I have to drive. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the legal limit is, but like, my driving would be horrendous, you know? The 18 passenger option has a dancing pole. That's for leaning up against, standing with your pint. Yeah, we all land within a few hours of each other. Ah, right. We're coming into Killarney here now, lads. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? There's boats in the lake, that's all new. The Killarney Lake District, beautiful. Hey, Storm is over there. Yeah, it'll be a good one now to figure out what we're doing. I'll chat to Gibbo, and he'll be like, no, we're not getting a bus. No, we're not getting a train. We're renting the largest vehicle that they have to rent. Right? You have to climb into it. The size of the yoke he rented in Texas, for crying out loud. I couldn't even reach the top of it. It was huge. Massive. Lincoln Navigator, or something like that, yeah. It was actually that. It was huge. Andy says, I think it's about 45 to 50 bucks if you book ahead and a direct shot. Train is about 5-minute walk to the expo. Ooh. At this point, boat rental might be in talks, right? Your grandfather had one. Yeah, they were freaking huge. I noticed Murphy's Lumberjack shirt. I almost missed it all with my small phone screen. What's wrong with my shirt? This happened when I started the stream. It wasn't, hello, Murph. You know, happy Thursday. No, it was like, oh, Jesus, look at the shirt he's wearing today. Showered it. Leave your emotions at the door, lads. Right. Would you land into Kerry? And judging on the winds, it's going to be runway 26. So we're just about near Killarney now. We'll hang a right. 360 degrees, right? And that'll venture us up towards the airport, right? Don't book it through Diddy's limo. Diddy limo? Nothing wrong with that shirt. Thank you, Malky. Fly with Stuart says, rent a road bike and make your Apple Watch happy. How long would it take you to cycle? Cycle? Not cycling, you mad? I never said there was anything wrong with it. But quite funny that you went on the defensive. Listen, why else did you say it? Jesus. That's terrible, lads. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Oh, right. 060 degrees. Easy now. And we got ourselves lined up for a nice approach into Kerry Airport. Ryanair to operate out of here as well. You know, the odd time. Ah, looking good, lads. Look at the cut of that, lads. Isn't that beautiful, isn't it? We're going to overfly Killarney now. It is absolutely gorgeous now. Stunning. beautiful. Absolutely beautiful now. Right, what are we doing? We're doing one of these. Who's here? Tazzy, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Happy Thursday, man. Right, we're doing a bit of a wide owl arc into this one. We shall change our heading in a moment. We need chase plane in 24, yes. Hey, Martin K, happy Thursday. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're well. We're about to do a landing into Kerry, and then the next part of the stream, we're going to be having an owl briefing for tonight's VATSIM flight. We're flying out of Kastrup, and we're heading up to Vegar. Heisenberg, tier 2, man. Jesus. 6 months. Thank you very, very much indeed for that support. Cheers, man. What'y hell, lads. Right. Things. Now, there's wind farms ahead of us. See this lot here? We'll go up as far as them, and then we'll hang a left. Right? No, left. Right. And then we'll be landing into Killarney, or into Kerry. All will be well in the realm. Does that shirt will come with an elbow patch? No, it doesn't. Come here, Gibbo. Come back here. Hey, we were trying to figure out transport from Baston down to Providence. I didn't really want to rent a car because it's just going to sit in the friggin' hotel car park. You know what I mean? So we were looking at trains then, but the trains seem to be expensive. And, you know, we're not ones for the bus. You're driving, I'm drinking. No, listen. I want pints as well, right? Jesus. Tickpot, good to see you, man. Going great, thank you very much. Going great. Also, Merv, Beta 6 for X-Plane just released. It fixed your Zoom crash. Brilliant. Excellent. Great news. No backsies. What? You can rent a car for the day. Oh, I don't want to rent a car. Gibbo, we're getting the train. It's been decided, and we're going to have the pints. Left turn 360.
Oh, behave.
Oh, behave. Johnny Mon, thank you very much indeed for pressing the button on YouTube. What do you do? What do you do? 14 months, man. Thank you very, very much indeed, Johnny. The train can't be more than the car. I'm taking the train from Philly, and it's only 90 bucks. Listen. We've just decided that there now. Britain DC is going to collect us. He's going to drive up a day early just to collect us, right? The Irish get drunk wherever they go, not like us English at all. That's the spirit aiming, yeah. Right, plane. Let us deactivate our autopilot. I have control. People get very drunk on planes. Don't worry, we'll be well on before we get to the train. All you have to do is spend the night in Boston. No, sure, I've already... The hotel is paid for in Providence. Easy now. Right, drop a bit of speed. We want to start descending. Easy. We'll go mixture rich for this. Start increasing the RPM as we're doing it. Easy now. You tried. You did. You tried. You tried well, in fairness. M. Noonan, good to see you, buddy. We're flying the Comanche here, about to do a landing into Kerry International Airport, and then we're going to start working on tonight's VATSIM flight, which I'm very much looking forward to. I've never got the chance to really spend time on Thursdays. I was always caught doing stuff. Do you know? I'll gas a car, Murph. Don't worry about it. A Cybertruck. They're not even real. Don't mind that rubbish. Cybertruck. Rubbish. They don't even know what they are, for crying out loud. It's like that gadget out of Interstellar. You know, but it moves. Where am I going now? Where's the airport? Oh yeah. Hang a right here a bit. Speed is coming down. Mixture's rich. Is that our airport there? It is. Tis. Alright, ease our way in here, lads. Ease our way in. Oh, we got some people on the ground already. Nice. This has been a lovely flight, hasn't it? Look at that countryside, look. It's gorgeous. You're too old to drive now anyway. Wait, hang on. Would the OAP get me free trains, would it? Don't do it. Some over here will set it on fire, right? My dad has a buddy who lives there, and he's like, he's military. So I wonder, like, can we get something? Yeah, but we'll go by helicopter, right? We'll go with, like, the SWAT team or something. If you like Black Hawk Down, you can play your man Blackburn. He'll be grand, right? Nothing to worry about at all. Super 6-4, there is smoke. It's grand. Right, easy now. Speed 140, descending nicely. Keep an eye on that cylinder head. 10 degrees at this altitude. Reset our barrow, reset our heading. That's a little button giving out that my gear isn't down. Alright. I will accept a helo. Right? Alright, let's keep the nose up now. Bleed off some of that speed. We'll drop the gear here at about 130. Pylon on final. Oh dear. Alright, gear's coming down. That's going to add to the drag. You can hear it. Let's go prop full. Speed 120. Not to flaps. A little bit high. We'll take our time. Apparently in New York you can book a helo on Uber. What? Can you? At least you can have a nice picnic for your birthday tomorrow, Murph. You have a great picnic blanket if you take off your shirt. No! Hang on, Jep. You said you had one of these. Yeah, I do, Murph. It's me picnic blanket. Shower. Shower! Jeez, that's terrible, isn't it? Hey, Jack Wall, good to see you. Popping in for a quick chat. Back on the back to the grindstone soon. Poor old devil. Hope you're well, Jack. Pylon shouldn't be a problem in Kerry. Oh, sure, listen. Don't get helo in New York. Yeah, oh yes, yeah. We'll see. It'll be all grand. We'll figure it out. It'll work itself out, you know. Coming live from the train station, it's Murph with a stream. Hello lads, great to see you. Today is Tuesday. Expo was last weekend. We never made it out of the train terminal. We were waiting for the wrong train, right? Oh, watch your speed, Murph, you big idiot. Easy now. Right. Gears down, flap is down. Prop full, mixture rich. Little bit fast on our glide here, so we'll drop another notch of flaps here in a moment. News fan, back to work. Off to your meeting for the day. Hammer nails. Enjoy your meeting. Easy now. Alright, second notch. There we go. Alrighty. Keep an eye on that cylinder head temp. We should be okay. Why did that mouse suddenly appear? Weird, right? Alrighty then. Runway 26. Why is the altimeter jumping up and down? Well, there is a pylon on final, look. Oh look, the weather suddenly changed, that's what happened. Alright. Speed 110, we're fairly lively. Last notch of flaps. That wind is starting to die off. It's starting to get warmer on the ground now, so I'm not too much worried about our cylinder head. The scenery looks epic. It's gorgeous, isn't it? This is Kerry. It's a beautiful airport. Ryanair operate out of here. So yeah, it's quite nice.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
That scared the crap out of me. Who drinks more, me or Gibbo? I'd say we're level pegging. Long landing for this one because our exit isn't all the way up until the top. Alright. Let's hold the nose, bleed off the speed. Easy does it. Easy does it. Gently bring it down. Let the speed come out. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Touchdown. Alright. There's the lads. Looking great, lads. Looking absolutely fantastic. Flaps in. Yeah, I don't know. Yourself and Gibbo would drink roughly the same amount. Do you know? Lots. Well, not like we make gluttons of ourselves. Easy now. We'll taxi down to the terminal. The lads are all lined up in the ramp. You look well on the grass. You look fantastic. Follow me down, lads. There's loads of parking down here. Loads of it. This is, who made this airport? Any builds, I think, are behind this. Easy, does it? Jesus, who's that flying? You're a long way from home, buddy. Look at this guy. He's at 38,000 feet as well. Easy now. Clean out the oil mixture. So they actually have the old runway as a taxiway, so we can park up on that. It'd be nice. Highly recommend this airport, lads. Kerry, it's a little beaut. Easy now. There's Dougal ahead of us. There's the car park. Complete with Skodas, I'll have you know. That's why it's a good airport. You know it's a good airport when they use Skodas. I'm just saying, right? Jack Wall, take it easy, mate. Have a great day. Alright, we'll throw it in here. Easy. I'd say you'd hold a good point or 10, Murph. Jez, I would. It all depends, like. It depends on the day that you're having, do you know what I mean? Some days, if it depends, like if you're going out for a few pints, it could literally just be a few pints. Or sometimes you get thirsty, do you know, and you go hard at it. Right, brakes on. Let's have a quick look down here. Fuel pump, throw it off. Landing lights and strobes, turn it off. We're finished with the pedo. Avionics coming off. Alright. Beacon light off. Close off our fuel tanks. We'll park it up here for the night. Master battery coming off. Beautiful. Mag or nav lights coming off. Fuel and payload. We burned a little bit. What did we burn there, lads? 16 gallons. 16 gallons. That wasn't too bad. Sure wasn't. Maintenance and all that jazz are looking good. Unlatches. Out we go. And we shall now start securing the aircraft. So flaps are okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Tie down on. Chocks in. Prop area is grand. Chocks in. Tie down. That pedo is still red hot. Give that a moment. Back here, back there. Tie down. Unload our bag and baggage. Brilliant. This is the taxiway on your sim. Oh, is it? Interesting. Alrighty, so let me see. The pedo is very hot, but we'll throw it on. Get our yoke back up in here, and we can get our control locks re-engaged. And we're finished with the tablet. And jump on out. What a lovely flight. If you do that, by the way, if you click on the little door sill, it removes the virtual pilot, which is class, you know. Murph, any ideas what settings I need to look at as cockpit views look a tad wishy-washy? Wishy-washy? Well, I use reshade, so that's the default sim, right? Default colors. And this is what it looks like when I put in my reshade settings. Just kind of brings it back to, you know, takes that sepia look out of it, do you know? But yeah, lads, that was an absolutely gorgeous flight. Really enjoyed that one. Jesus, what are we parked beside? A floating vision jet. That was awesome, man. Beautiful. That's better. Are the settings on Discord? It is. It is. Captain Sigbag, take a fierce handy, man. Have a great day. Lads, that was awesome flying. For the next little section now, we're going to have a look at our flight for tonight. We're going to be flying out of Kastrup, and we're flying up to Vegar, so that'll do us for Flight Sim 2024. Let's go over now and have an L review of what we're doing this evening. So awesome flying, lads. That was a lot of fun. Thank you very, very much. Right, back to the main menu. We're going to fire a Flight Sim 2024. No, we're not. We're going to fly 2020 because I want the iFly 737 loaded in. Let's see what happens now. So, we're going to open up our little add-ons linker over here to make sure that we have stuff turned on. Stream only. So, we need... let me see here now. We need... Brussels. Okay, there's Kastrup and Vegar. Here you go. Turn those on. And I think I have my liveries. I should have my livery, shouldn't I? Firefly Airliners. Yeah, of all those. Anyone take the 350 out for a spin? Right, okay, that looks good to me. Right, let's fire a Flight Sim 2020. I haven't done this in a while. The freeware Vegar is actually better than the MK one. Is it? No way. Father Ted, take care, mate. Have a great day. Right, so our flight tonight, let's have a look at it here, right? So we're going to be flying out of Kastrup, and we are to go to Vegar, right? Unload this. We're going into IF4 high, right? And we'll also bring up SimBrief here now as well to have a gawk at it. Let's have a look there now. And there's actually ATC in Copenhagen at the moment. Right, into dispatch. Let's see what happens. And we'll get our ICAOs for all of this now here as well. So let's have a look. All the information that I'm looking for, it's in our VATSIM channel over on Discord. That's where we got all the information from. So let's have a gawk here now. Our next leg, departure Copenhagen arrival. And we have routing here as well. Okay, new flight. We're that of Firefly Air 235 departing out of Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel, and of the Vegar on Echo Kilo Victor Golf. We're in a 737 MAX. Where are you? There we go. We'll load that in. Jesus, block time 2.5 hours. Nice. Our routing is going to be Galda, Pepin, and Sudor. Okay, so it's giving us a departure on the Galga 2 Charlie, and it looks to be vectors for final. Okay. Arrival runway 30. Arrival runway 30. Straight in. Jeez, it's a tiny little airport, this one, isn't it? Okie dokie. Okay, let's go ahead and generate this. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, a bit of tunes on here in the background, Murph, because it makes it all terribly interesting, doesn't it? By evening, it'll sometime over to 04 right for departure. Okay. Right, so let's have a look. 38,000 feet. Well, it's a 2-hour flight, so let's go with it. Distance is 755 nautical miles. Wind component, that's okay. Departure airport. So let's drop this into Navigraph. Fairly straightforward. Right, let's start getting familiar with the airport, shall we? North apron. Okay, we got a lot of runways here. Right, let's go ahead and open this guy up. We're going to have a look at the airport briefing itself. So, ATIS, that's grand. Departure and arrival ATIS. Noise abatement procedures. Not too worried about those in the flight sim. Preferential runway restriction. So there's restrictions between 0600 and 23 local. Shouldn't apply to us. 04 left and right and 22s are preferential. Okay. Runway restrictions for helicopters, not applicable. Runway restrictions For helis, not applicable. Nighttime restriction between 23 and 06. Takeoff and landings to be arranged in such a way that has a maximum A-weighted sound. Shouldn't happen to us. Use of Mode S transponder. Aircraft asked to ensure transponders are able to operate according to ICAO specifications with the aircraft on the ground. Flight crew are requested to select the assigned mode squawk and then activate Mode S. So Mode C is altitude reporting. S would be just on, isn't it? No? After landing, until aircraft is fully parked, Mode A code must still be set before selecting off or standby. Okay. Mode S tries... So actually it's TA we're on, isn't it? So they want us squawking from the start. Taxi procedures. In the apron areas, minimum engine power should be used. Aircraft movements never coincide on adjacent aircraft stands. Taxi out or pushback from aircraft stands must not be executed without approval from Castrop. That's all relatively straightforward. For permitted taxi routes, refer to the 10.9 charts. We'll look at those now in a moment. Parking information general. Aircraft entering a stand must not proceed unless the docking guidance system is up and running. Do we have visual docking systems? I think we have. A follow me car will be provided. Okay. Use of auxiliary power shall be limited as much as possible. Startup of the APU during refueling is allowed only if the aircraft's APU unit is located outside of the fueling zones. Okay, so APU can be used 5 minutes after on block and 5 minutes before target off block. So we won't be running on APU. It'll be on ground power until the end of it. Do you know what I mean? That's interesting. Exemptions, that's all fine. Other information. Tall ships or objects being towed may be expected. Interesting. That'll affect runway 22 right. If departing from runway 04 left in IMC, climb at least 400 feet per minute according to the SID. We'll get that on the takeoff minimums. Noise abatement, reverse thrust. So we have minimums. So Cat 2 or 3. Pilots who intend to carry out Cat 2 or Cat 3 ILS approach use the following phrase: request category 2 or 3 ILS approach, and then mention your runway number. Alright. Lost communication, squawk 76. And then our procedures. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. IF4 visual approach. Follow the correspondence charts, okay. De-icing, it's all okay. Jet aircraft on nose in pushback stands. Jet engine startup must take place after pushback has been initiated only unless the APU is unserviceable and the aircraft is not fitted with an APU. Alright, so push and start. Speed restrictions 250 below 7,000. Noise abatement, lost communication, other information. Alright, our taxi charts for A380s only. Right, that's not applicable to us. So here's the airport. What do we have here? So our ATIS on departure, clearance, apron, Castrop departure, aircraft maneuvering area for the tower. We've de-icing ramps all over the shop. It'll be 4 left or 4 right or 2-2. So it's any of these guys. 10,000 feet, 11,000 feet. Massive runways. Not worried about anything here. We do have some high-speed areas, hotspots for traffic. So we need to be careful of these guys. Airport minimum takeoff. Runway 4 left, anti-skid layer, LED lights, length 900, PAPI configuration. That's all grand. This really won't apply to us when it comes to the aircraft we're in, I think. Parking stands. There's a ton of them. How many knots ground speed is considered high-speed taxiing? I think it's 26 knots. Would that be right? They also use pre-booking system for pushback times when busy, done via their website. Ah, okay. Thanks, Dougal. All right, bit of familiarization with the airport. So you have terminals 2 and 3, and then you have the maintenance area, right? Let's load in the sim. We're in the iFly 737 Max, and let's ramble over here to Castrop. So here's our maintenance area. So we'll go terminal 2, I suppose. Gate C28. Gate 30. Jump in there on 30 and we'll see what the crack is, right? Live time and live weather, please. Right, let's load in and see what happens. Yeah, third time. I had to pick up the kids from daycare. Nice. Right, we'll see what the crack is here. It's just getting yourself familiar for what we're going to be doing later on tonight. So if ATC asks us something to do, we're not going to be completely lost. That's the idea, right? So it's getting ourselves a little bit familiar with the airport layout, and it's going to show us roughly what it is we're going to be doing. That is our flight that we're doing tonight. You can see it there. Nice flight, but we're over the water, for most of it. So we'll probably do this in live time. So give everything a few moments just to load in here. Okay, so we do have a bit of raining. And, do you know what I need to configure, whatchamacallit? We need to configure chase plane. Right? And GSX is having a mare. Oh, jeez. Really? Anyone else having a problem with GSX? Get it out of there. Right, okay. So, views into chase plane. Let's get this up and running first. I had to relink mine. Did you? Yeah, it's GSX, say less. Yeah. Right, I'm going to delete all these other views because I'm not going to be using these. I'm going to create my own. So this will take us a minute. Delete that. Chase plane, by the way, lads, if you get the chance, it's well worth it. It's awesome. I love chase plane. But I'm going to reset these views and create my own, right? There's no fast way of deleting views, I don't think. So delete. Overhead, delete. Actually, that's not a bad overhead. Let's just call it overhead. Save position, adjust. That'll do. Save, back. View shortcut, 1. Save. View shortcut, 2. Wrong button. View shortcut. No, I don't need the 1. That's okay. That's grand. Go back there. Overhead left. Will we need that? Cleaning up the dad cave. Nice. Hey, Simpilot UK. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. I probably don't need that, so I'm not going to bother. Throttle. Let's adjust this one. That'll do it. View shortcut for this one will be 2. Save. Radio. Get rid of you. Delete. Throttle. I rarely use the HUD. Okay, so pilot is 0. Overhead is 1. Throttle is 2. So we want another one now. So we're going to add one. We're going to add a pilot one. Next, we're going to call this one FMC. Next, we're going to edit this and we're going to adjust the view. Where's this now? Save position or adjust. All right, come on down here. All right, let's have a look. That'll do nicely. Save that position. Go back. View shortcut number 3. And save. So we have 1, 2, 3, and home. We'll do one more. Pilot side. Out the door here. Looking at our tablet. Next, we're going to call this one EFB. Go ahead there. EFB right. View shortcut number 4. Save. We're going well. New one. Pilot view. Over to the right side. Save. We're going to call it right. You only have to do this once. You can import these as well if you want to, but, you know, add 6 in for that. Save. Next up, I want a dash cam, right? Dash cam. That'll do. It's going to be a hard-mounted camera with a horizontal gimbal. We're going to call this dash cam. And we're going to save you as button 7. Save. Actually, that's not a great view now at all. Hey, back there a little bit because we're clipping into the aircraft itself, aren't we? Right, that'll do. Okay, what else do we need now? We want some engines and stuff, don't we? Yes, we do. Right, get back here now. Oh, look at the state of this plane. I love this plane. The livery is amazing. We want a view for here if we can. You over there at the way. It's not a bad view, sure it's not. Right, create a view. This is going to be a human view. We'll call this the left wing. Let me see, left wing.
Hello there.
I'm going to save this as number 8. And save. Hello there. Limbert Way, good to see you. Welcome in. Pint of Guinness at boarding when, right? Start the engines already. I got the subwoofer ready to go. Right, we're on another view now, lads. Let me see. Chase plane is just class, lads. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Once it's set, you're set. You know what I mean? On there now. Oh, sure. Look at the state of that view. All right, there's going to be another passenger view. And we're going to call you right wing. And you will be button number 9. Save. And then our last one is going to be inside here. Into the flight deck. Something like that. So we're going to create a view. We'll call it a pilot instrument because I like the motion it's going to give us. There's physics in all these. So we're just going to say flight deck. Save. And you're going to be number 5. Save. Okay, so with all of that, friends, we should be quite laughing, shouldn't we? Now we can do other hard-mounted cameras, actually, now that I'm here. Let's do a hard-mounted here. Come on over here, look. Patrick Doyle, good to see you, man. What is this camera custom view thing? This is called Chase Plane. It's only available on Flight Sim 2020 for now, but it is absolutely savage. So we'll do like an external view here, looking at that. Look at the cut of that, look. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that, right? Horizontal gimbal, and we're going to call this one right engine. Right engine. I can save and share all of these if you want them, right? Okay, that looks good to me. So we're finished with that. Close you. And let's see, did GSX decide to come back to the party? It did. Request to boarding for the crack.
The boarding requested.
Use aviator for the lols. Go ahead and turn this gadget on. Now, are my flight controls working? There's our throttle. Now, reversers. There's a reverser, so they're working. Okay. Rudder and tiller works. Brilliant. And we'll power up the aircraft to make sure she's working. Okay. Turn on some fuel pumps here as well. The IRSs, get those up. What else do you want to do? Ground power we want. So come on over here. We're going to look for... what are we looking for?
Passengers deboarding starting.
We want to show the menu. We want to go to the system page. Sim menu. Ground support. and connect the ground power. Set. On up here, green light. And there's power into the aircraft. Seatbelt set to auto. Go ahead and get our hydraulic pumps turned on. Yaw dampener, leave it off at the moment. 2 fuel pumps are doing what they need to do. Get our logo lights on. Wing lights on. Packs we can't have until we have the other. And we'll let these systems start running up. And then we have some nice views outside with the aircraft. It's very pretty, isn't it? Look at the cut of this. Chase plane is just deadly. Since Sim Update 2, I still have AI aircraft at airports, even with the usual traffic settings off. So they're not traffic settings anymore, Dougal. They're down as airport vehicles in your scenery. So go into your main graphics, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and they're going to be classed, I think, as airport vehicles. I tend to leave those all off. Let me see some other views. Lovely, lovely. Now, other views. That's our drone camera. How do we do this now? So there are aircraft views. Man, what a beautiful machine, isn't it? These are all the views I just set up. Lovely. Then we have our old drone camera. Alright. Right, so let's get a bit of familiarization with the airport, yeah? I mean, that's what it's all about. So with the main terminal over here, this is stand C30, right? And in terms of taxiways, this is out to our 2 main runways that we're looking for later on, alright? So there's our 2-2s. Two left, 2-2 right, and then 0-4 left and 0-4 right. So the congested area, or the hotspot, as per the charts, is this area down here, look. So it's that area there we need to be conscious of. Probably here. Alright. Isn't there a big sexy bridge here somewhere? There is, isn't there? It's where that cloud is. Alright, that circular menu, that's called flow. That's from Parallel 42. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Okay, we got the lighthouse out there as well. Let's have a look. There's all our parking stands. This airport is from Fly Tampa, by the way, if you're wondering what it is. Now, let's have a quick gawk over here. VATSIM radar. Copenhagen is actually online, so we'll just connect to VATSIM just to make sure everything's working. We'll go to ATC, we'll turn on vPilot. And we'll do the same over here. vPilot, and I'll make sure that I have all my model matching turned on as well. And I might connect me Mobi flight as well. Let's look at the model matching for 2020. Do we have me custom rules? Flight? Yeah, do we do? We have our FAA or FFA liveries here as well. Right, that's connected, that's connected. And we shall connect to the network. We are FFA 235 and we are the 73. What's the 737 MAX? Boeing 737 MAX. It's a MAX 8, isn't it? Alright. Let's connect. Hopefully I'm not going to plaster over someone. Alright, we got an SAS there. 2 Scandinavians. GSX, I mean, I love to hate you, but like, Jesus. You know what I mean? Bloody hell. Right, we want the... What do we want? We want the air... Ground support. We want the... whatchamacallit? Next page, Murph. Engine, covers, radome. Aft bulk cargo. Forward air stair. We want the jetway. How do we connect the jetway? Castrop use pushback release points. Martin K. Okay. Right. Let's see. Does this work? So if you go 122.855. And turn on your radio, Murph. 122.855.
250 Zulu Special. Runway in use for takeoff 22 right. Wind 320 at 8. Wind variable between 290 and 350. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Light showers of rain. Ceiling 3000 broken. Temperature 10. Dew point 6. QNH 1001. Trend. Temporary wind 310 at 15 gusts 25. Showers of rain 2000 scattered cumulonimbus. At first contact with apron control, advise if unable to perform customized pushback. This was Copenhagen departure information Foxtrot. Advise on initial contact. You have information. Foxtrot.
Alright, listen to the tower. Seems to work, right? Right, I need to run to the little boys around. We'll be back in 1 second. We'll that was the wrong button completely. We'll turn on this fancy camera. And we'll just have a listen to what's going on there. And yeah, you'll probably hear ATC now in a moment. So back in a jiffy. Don't go anywhere. Right. Did anything happen? Yeah, this is 2020 for the moment, yeah. Got excited for the moment. Yeah, sorry about that, lads. Right, okay, so no chatting there from Tower. We'll give him a blast and we'll ask him. Castrop Tower, Firefly 235, radio check.
485, 320 at 8, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
I started talking just as he was talking.
After departure, 136485, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff, scanner wind 438.
22 right, he says. Is it Copenhagen or we'll just call him Tower? And Tower, Firefly 235, radio check.
Sunshine 235, because the tower had over, reach your 5x5.
5x5 also, thanks. Alright, so
Thanks.
VATSIM works, that's a good call. Right. Okay, so in terms of getting the aircraft up and running, right? The last thing, yeah, we need to look at the tug release points. So what we have at a lot of airports, they have these areas called tug release points. Basically what they are, they're designated areas, okay, they're on the ground, right? And they'll show you where the aircraft will push back to, okay? So you'll see that we have startup locations. which is interesting. Right, these are startup
Postman 384,
locations.
request taxi. Postman 384, are you able to depart from intersection India to require filling?
Permitted taxi routes, so that's all grand.
Able from intersection India. Perfect, 384, taxi only point India, runway 2 to left, via Gotland, India.
Where's the
Gotland, India to holding point 2 to left, India, Postman 384.
Gene, good to see you. We sometimes have to tell him we're Firefly and not Sunshine. Yeah. Hey, Scott is here. Good to see you, Scott. Welcome in. Right, so see these points here. Are these the tug release points? Because they're down as startup locations. Startup positions. See that? So I wonder, do they mean, are they the tug release points? This is a good question. They are. Okay, so if we were getting a push, then they'll tell us tug release point Quebec 1, right? So I probably don't have GSX for this airport, the profile. Clearly not, because they're just out for an L Ramble. So where does one get a GSX profile for Castrop? Echo... What was it? Echo... Kilo, wasn't it? Charlie Hotel? GSX. Fly Tampa profile. Here we go.
The postman 3848, remember to set your squawk 0406.
If you can't do the TRP, you have to inform ATC on the first contact.
Postman 348.
Alright, okay. Right, let's grab this from flightsim.to. Your captcha failed over the month of the Jesus. Right, let's see what happens. This is Flightsim 24, Mr. Jazz. We're just doing a briefing on tonight's flight. This should be working in 24 though, isn't it? It's not officially there, but it does work in Flightsim 24. I'm not a robot. Thanks for confirming. Right, so where do we do this now? How to install? Simply place the provided file into your app data virtuali folder. Right, let's go in here and have a gawk. Users, Murph, app data. It'd be roaming, I suppose, wouldn't it? Virtuali, there she is. GSX. No. Where does this go? Is that it there? GSX Microsoft Flight Sim, is that right? It is now, lads. Downloads. The profile we want.
348, the winds are 310 runway 22 left, clear for takeoff, and airborne contact Copenhagen on 136.485. Bye.
What do we grab? Is it the .py?
We're on runway 22 left, clear for takeoff, and contacting Copenhagen control 136.485.
Copy the download file, INI, and place it there.
Bye-bye.
GSX profile below the next time you restart. Gootle. Okay, so we grab the INI file. What's the PY file? Or the PY file? Anyone know what PY is? No? Right, that's the one we want. Horseshoe in there. Thanks very much. And let's restart Cootle. GSX. Let's restart Cootle. That moment. It's a Python file. Ah, okay, so you can just run it in the Python. Gotcha, okay. Right. Look at that stupid jetway. How can we connect the jetway from this, lads? GSX will have to do it, I imagine, wouldn't it? Potable water, air stair, galleys. Ada says 22 right for departures. Yeah, he's sending aircraft 22 left. Uh-oh. This should be fun, Dougal. Yeah, it'll be loads of fun. Reflective safety cones, no less. Right? And keep the radar closed. Right, okay. Airport system page. Go back here. So we want to go back. There we go. Panel state, ground support, pushback, doors. Would it be in here? Left middle. Air stair, extend.
Code Tower, good afternoon. Code 927 Heavy, ready to taxi on Romeo.
I can't choose that, so let's see what happens. So request to boarding.
Requested.
That air stair isn't doing what it should be doing. Operate the jetway. Does that not work?
Company Tower, Skyline 927 Heavy, ready for taxi.
Skyline 27, Casper Tower, hello. Taxi to Holy Point Echo 1, runway 2 via Sierra and Bravo, cross runway 30.
It was working earlier, wasn't it?
Taxi Holy Point Alpha 1, runway 22 right via Sierra, Bravo, cross runway 30, Skyline 927 heading.
I bet you it's a bug. Hang on.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Do 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 do. Right, back in. It didn't work. Stupid thing. Why won't you activate the jetway? Right, hang on. Whoa, now. Stall the kettle. Reset everything. Now give me the jetway. GSX, I'm telling you, lads. Operate the jetway. You're too late for your scheduled departure time. There she be. Brilliant. Right, it does work. Okay. All that jazz is shagged, but that's okay. That's okay. Right, so TRPs. This is going to be the next thing. So inside of GSX, I better turn off VATSIM because they'll start moving here. They'll start shouting at me. Disconnect there momentarily. Thank you. And if we were going to say prepare for pushback, how does one plan their pushback? Right? Customize positions, customize airplane. Oh, are you coming over here with the pins? You are. Right, they are. APU, you may start this develop here now, Murph. If I was an APU, where to live? Here you go.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Thanks very much. Right, start that APU. Low oil pressure. This is going to be terribly exciting. Martin says, when the profile is installed, you get a list in GSX with the release points. All right, okay. Well, that works. Right.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
I ain't touching that parking brake. We're waiting for our glorious APU to present us with power. Lovely. Menu.
Locking gear.
We need to remove some stuff. So there are the doors. Go back to ground support. Remove the chocks. And then we're going to disconnect the electrical power. So APU is up and running. Do we have power yet? Okay, so Q face south, X. Okay, so we do have. So it's saying we're going to Q or S or X, right? Hang on. Oh, there the tug really. That's not right. It's giving me tug release point Quebec or X-ray, but that wouldn't be right. Sure it wouldn't. It'd be giving us like Quebec 1 or Quebec 2, wouldn't it? What do you reckon, lads? Custom pushbacks? Well, that's the one I have. No, once you restart Cootle, it'll work. Massive thank you to Simon for VATSIM Scandinavia for finding out the bug. Right, where can you grab it? Official GSX configuration, right? These files are being released in cooperation with Flight Tampa. Right, where are they? Here we go. So version... These are old. These look old. Alright, let's go with that one. Do I keep the other folder open? No. Alright, go back into here. So, local users, me, app, roaming, Virtuali, GSX, Microsoft Flight Sim. Get rid of that.
Hello there. And
drag you in. Looks old. More middle-aged. Thanks, Gibbo. Drawing Fox, welcome in. Come on, Gibbo. Right, that's back in there. And restart Cootle, please. Restart Cootle. Okay, so while we're waiting, APU is now coming online. APU generator is on. APU bleeds on. There are packs on here as well. And we can disconnect the ground power. Disconnect. Set. Chocks away. Chocks away. Why are all them cones there? Who brings the cones with them? Ground support, right? Page down. Okay, so are them cones just the scenery? Or they were put in by GSX and they haven't disappeared yet. Would that be a fair assessment? It would, Murph, it would. Right, GSX, let's be having you. Here we go. Prepare for pushback. Will this work? The peoples are coming. That is a good looking livery. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so they're going to go ahead. The cones disappeared. That was a good thing, right? Get Cone Man the Barbarian.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Thanks very much, Jacinta. We're in Flight Sim 2020 at the moment, Chris. I'm just testing stuff for later.
Completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Okay. Now where are you going to put us?
Locking gear.
Maybe change the Twitch category to 2020. No. Good request though. Why aren't they moving? Look at this. Oh, they're flick. Alright, okay. Jesus, I have not flown this aircraft in so long. Moby flight, while we're here. I think I have a profile for this. Let's see if this works. That's okay. Cancel that. File open. So this is the iFly Winwing. Surely we can work this with the iFly, can we? FS Labs, Winwing profile, Inibills, 737. iFly, there we go. Look at this. Boom. The following joysticks: Winwing FCU. So that goes to there. Assign. And the Bravo. It's not connected, so Don't worry about that. Run. Okay, standard Yankee 4, Zulu 9. Okay, so these are giving me additional ones, but they're not the right ones. Sure they're not. Okay, why isn't my Moby stuff working? What was that about your aircraft? What did I say? Why isn't that working? Let's try admin mode. Get in there now, you devil you. Start connecting. Okay, it's not working. Okay, so WinWing FCU is me WinWing FCU. Bravo throttle quadrant. I don't have it connected, so we'll just say okay. And now run. Ah, deadly. Right, that worked. So, speed. Nice. Heading. Nice. Altitude. Nice. And V-speed. Okay, that'll come on once we're moving. Alright, okay. So that's allowing me to use my WinWing flight control unit. It's not deadly, isn't it? Just ordered me vertical throttles. Nice, Chris. Know your aircraft, yeah, right? What a feckin' rookie mistake. Right, that works, that works, that works. So this tug release point. It's only giving me Yankee 4 or Zulu 9. Or standard push to Quebec.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Thanks very much, Jemima. When was the last time you flew this plane, Murph? Tug release point must bite tongue? Right, listen to the sounds and be grateful that we have such amazing sounds.
Parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Right, now hang on. Where exactly did you push me? And of course you can't see me on this friggin' chart. Ah, come on! Hang on. So it pushed me back to here, look. X. Stand number. Right, more reading is required. Between stand 30 and 32 for Q1. But I selected Q. Like, he's not going to give out to me that much, is he? Looks like you're facing south on Q. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like, they're not going to give out to us too much if you do that. I don't think. Sure they're not. That's where we are, between 32 and 34. Well, we're not really. There's 32. So hang on. In right, are the TRPs on the ground? They don't actually have the markings on the ground, so like... It does show X though. So where's Q? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? When in doubt, sure, it'll be grand. I think it will be grand, but like... Yeah, I think we'd be grand with that push. Or we'll just tell them unable for a TRP. You know, because we're right. Do you know what I mean? It'd be grand. Right, GSX, what were you asking me? Was it a good start? I don't know, but sure, we'll say yeah.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
How'd you fly this plane again? I know I haven't done that with the FMC, but it's grand, right? Don't worry about that for the moment, lads, right? We'll start up this side now. Get ready for the sound of this. I think you'll be fine, yeah. When in doubt, sure, it'll be grand, you know. How'd you turn this on? But it's a relevant question, you know. How do you do the thing with the yoke? Control E, right? Yeah.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Look it out of the plane well. Jesus. Does look pretty though, doesn't it? They do though, don't they though? Beautiful. I've only flown out of here 3 times, but I've never been given a TRP. Always phase XYZ. Okay. Thanks, Marta. She gave us the wave. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Right. All engines running. APU. Good luck to you. Packs on. Speed trim fail. Yeah, sure, I didn't set up anything. My flaps work. Speed brakes armed. Oh man, that sounds good, doesn't it? What you not liking now? Takeoff configuration. It's in the hoop. Jez, I haven't flown Boeing in ages. This will be hilarious tonight. Do you know? No. What'd you say? No position data. Takeoff config will fail. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Sounds great though. The L Bowens, what? Sounds fantastic. We're up there now. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? What's that button for? Ah, lads, that's savage looking. Yeah, she's pretty. Right, we're going to be happy with this little endeavour. What's that button do? Oh, look, all my different buttons, look. Figuring things out together, because that's what we do. Stop pressing that button. Right, now. Oh, Jesus, look at this one. Alive, it sounds great. Good old sounds on this machine, isn't there? Right, so all my views are configured. VATSIM does work. Good sign. The tuck release points are a little bit worrying, but it'll be grand, I reckon. Do you know? It'll be alright, lads. It'll be alright. So, the departure then, right? Jesus, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? What a gorgeous livery. Immersion level 100%, right? Isn't it fantastic? Right, so let's continue on looking at her stuff here. So, our SID, right? We are on the, what is it? We're on the Golga 2 Charlie, right? So, let me see. After takeoff, remain on tower frequency until 1,000 feet, then contact departure. Radar vectoring will normally be provided by Castrop departure to expedite outbound traffic. When instructed for lineup, squawk assigned, grand. CPDLC is available above flight level 100, including TMA. Crew should log on, that's okay. SIDs include noise abatement, right, so we probably have to derate. Maximum speed at or below 7,000 feet is going to be 250 knots. Non-ORNAV equipped aircraft, don't worry about that. Golga 2 Charlie, track to Rubat, or Rubat. And then the CH815, right turn 816, and then we're over to Mirgo. Okay, so that's what our departure, if we're getting this runway later on, we may not be, but it's going to be this direction here, look. Right? So takeoff, right turn, left turn. Alright. Fairly straightforward. Fairly straightforward. Anything else we need to worry about here? No. Require minimum climb gradient, that's fine. Ground speed, that's fine. We're going to be blasting off out of here at about 2,500 feet per minute, right? Okay, so what about our arrival? Look at this teeny tiny little airport. So Vagar, or Vagar, but it's on the Faroe Islands, right? Birds in the aerodrome. Birds, Richie, right? Or birds, Eddie. Caution, in connection with strong southwesterly winds, strong whirls may be created, which will affect approaches to runway 12 in the area around D2 and D3. So that's miles, right? During the same wind situations, strong wind whirls may be created at a short final to runway 30. Yeah, there's a lot of aircraft coming in here. This is going to be hilarious. The runway is grewed 450 meters and pappies. So what have we got? 6,000 feet here? Sufficient terrain clearance only when close to the localizer. Okay. Low vis procedures required. No ceiling required for aircraft able to operate above 4.8 takeoff obstacle-free surface. That's not us. The surrounding terrain must be clearly visible in takeoff sector. Okay, but we're not worried about landing. It doesn't say anything about, like, don't land here at night time, does it? Let's have a look at the old airport briefing. Airport information and minimums. So that was that one. Parking stands. Oh, we can get 5 of us in. And then there'll be a terrible queue. So we have 5 stands, right? Now, turbulence warning and restrictions. During approach and departure, turbulence can be expected. Okay. Location of wind measurement. Turbulent indicators. What's the weather up there today? No TAF. Current weather is winds 210 at 8 knots. That's not bad. NCD wind. I'm not worried about that. We'll have to look at the forecast for there later on. Right, let us look at... We don't have any stars. We do have an approach. So what are we expecting, lads? Let's see. What are we expecting? Runway 30 or runway 12? I'd say runway 30. Right, let's look at the ILS approach for runway 30. Missed approach, climb on localizer course 302. Upon passing 1 mile or 0.1 mile, turn left. Oh yeah, because otherwise we're going to hit terrain, look, right? And then we go into a hold at Mycombe, is it? Yeah, there's a hold at Mycombe, but there's also an inbound hold at Robor. So depending on what we're doing tonight, lads, we might have to hold coming in. We'll see, right? We'll see. Refer to minimums for misapproach. That's okay. What else do we want here? DME is required. That's fine. Runway elevation 9 hectopascals. Transition by ATC. Transition altitude 7.5. Okay. Caution. Procedure in airspace classified Golf. Adhere strictly to procedure due to high terrain. Expect moderate to severe turbulence. Glide slope fluctuation may occur, especially between 3 and 6. Impact vary depending on the aircraft type. Localizer must not be used outside of 10 degrees either side of the approach. Jesus, that'll be fun. Minimum descent altitude, let me see, 2.8. 4,000. All right. Ground speed, glide slope. Okay. Missed approach, left turn 3,700 on 291 and then hold. Standard states, that's all grand. Decision height. Refer to minimums. 425, I suppose, would it be? I would expect we'll be self-vectoring and sequencing ourselves. Yeah, if we don't get ATC, Dougal, yeah, 100%. Okay, any references? Any notums? No, it's fairly straightforward. He says that with, like, you know. Right, let's talk about this flight, so. We will be departing Castrop. At the moment, it's favouring 22 right or 22 left, either or, okay? If it is on the 22s, we're blasting off on the SID out this way, which is the Golga 2 Charlie. Okay? We're expecting tug release points. Not overly worried, right? Because we can see the queues, right? So not overly worried. You have X up here then, right? These appear to be tug release points, or at least they're the taxiways, so once we're on there. Let me see, 680 would be minimum class C. Ah, okay. Yeah, we're off to the Faroe Islands tonight. Now, if anyone wants to do this flight tonight, you're more than welcome to. If you want to fly it on VATSIM, great. If you don't want to fly it on VATSIM, jump onto our Discord and you can listen in to what we're saying. Do you know what I mean? Unlikely, I don't know. Does anyone know any controllers up here? Who looks after the Faroe Islands? You know, put in an L. Hello, it's us. Can you do a thing? Right? Because I think it'd be great L crack. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll look at that, right? So flight time is about 2.5 hours, give or take. I'm not expecting much traffic. I mean, look, it's nighttime anyway. The weather could be interesting. And then when we come into land, well, it does get a little bit tricky up here because, well, we need to be careful. You have high terrain and then you have a hold out at this area here. And we're fairly limited on other kind of navigation options such as VOR and some, you know what I mean? Hey, Larry is here. Good to see you, Larry. You're very welcome in. very happy Thursday. Hope you're well. Right, so that's pretty much our brief for tonight, lads. It's a fairly straightforward flight, but nothing's ever straightforward. I think the Discord voice channel is role protected. Yeah, we'll have a look at it tonight. We can do a guest one maybe, Dougal. Because I know if you're flying it, you need to have somewhat of a sterile cockpit, and if there's plenty of people chatting away in Discord, it can become a little bit distracting. But sure, look at even if I'll be streaming this anyway, so if you guys have any questions, ask me. If I don't know, I'll ask the lads. Do you know what I mean? Winkle Gassler, thank you very much indeed. 19 months. Still very unusual seeing you start your stream in the middle of the day while I'm at work. Absolutely, man. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm going to stream it. Yeah, I'm going to stream this tonight, lads. Every Thursday I want to do this. We'll do a flight beforehand, but we want to get in then to a briefing about what our VATSIM flight is going to look like. Review our departure and arrival areas, any en route stuff we need to worry about, right? And prep the aircraft. So I'm now relatively comfortable that the aircraft is prepped for me. I've set up my cameras, right? That's usually the main thing to do first. And outside of setting up the cameras, I now can use my WinWing gear for altitude and whatnot. Heading is there as well. Speed is handy. Other things we can use then would be the likes of making sure we're able to connect to the VATSIM network. We can communicate, we can hear and we can receive and transmit effectively. That's what it is there. And we're also double checking our charts and all that jazz as well. So I think we're all right. We're in good old territory, I think. All that can happen tonight now, it'll go terribly wrong and men will die. Yes. That's all that could possibly happen to us now this evening. So the stream is going to kick off at, I'd say it'll probably be 1900 Zulu. You know, is it more like a learning flight? A little bit, Roy, yeah, because I mean, it's I know a lot of folks are wanting to get into VATSIM, right? And we've done our ATC courses, right? But even if you're a little bit rusty or you just need to, you know, get a bit of confidence, it's a great way to do it. If you have any questions, ask. If I don't know the answer, sure, we can ask the other lads. We'll help each other out. It's only us. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's in about 5 hours from now, Net Tripper. Yeah, about 5 hours from now. I'm going to go off, pick up the missus, get a bite to eat, and enjoy the last of our glorious sunshine for about an hour, and then I'll be back. Something like that, right? The aircraft I'm flying tonight, this is the iFly 737 MAX. It is absolutely gorgeous. And this is our aircraft for this evening's flight. All right? Isn't it pretty? It's just an absolute cracker of a plane. And I've missed flying. Oh, Jesus. I've missed flying this. Do you know? So looking forward to seeing what sort of trouble we can get into this evening flying this. Chances are it'll be a nighttime flight, or I might do like, you know, sundown into the departure. There's not much to see. We're flying out over the North Sea, right? So in terms of like, you know, beautiful views and all the jazz, you're going to see shag all. They pick up a bit of Finland and that, but like, you know, old Scandinavia, like, do you know what I mean? Well, actually, you see a good bit. You'll see a good bit actually, because we're going to be high up. You're going to see most of the country. You'll be looking into Sweden, Norway, Finland, all that neck of the woods, and then yeah, as we approach the Faroe Islands, into Vegar. Great idea for a flight, isn't it? Great idea for a flight. So that's what we're going to be doing. Everything will look like this evening because it'll be nighttime mode. But yeah, it's your chance. If you have any questions or you're one, you know, what do we do and how do we do it? It's a perfect opportunity to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? So Cross High Peru also does VATSIM 101 streams. That helped out a bunch. Nice. That's the, what are they called? VTuber guy or something. Tower Sim 3 now has Providence. No way, does it? Brilliant. Right, lads, that's going to do us so for today. Thank you all so very much indeed. Hope you enjoyed today's flight. We flew the Comanche in Cork over to Kerry as we were reacquainting ourselves with that awesome Accu-Sim aircraft from A2A. Tonight then, in just under 5 hours time, we're back and we're going to be flying a VATSIM flight for Firefly Air, our beloved virtual airline, and we're going to be blasting off from Kastrup here all the way up to Vegar. So looking forward to that one. So yeah, we'll see you tonight, 1900 Zulu. Until then, have a wonderful day and thanks for tuning in. few men even considered the possibility of life on other planets. Yet, across the Gulf... Jesus! What was that? I was about to say something and you hit me in the head! Christ! Hang on! I found more of these flamingos! Jesus! Don't panic! Just hope for the best, Murphy. Oh, Jesus! Don't end in all fear and terrible. Yep. Oh.
Bank angle. Up.
Shh. Where you can enjoy complimentary deluxe continental breakfast daily, with afternoon hors d'oeuvres and a fully